Good evening and happy Thursday, happy Friday to our friends down under. You found us here at Texas Card House for some TCH Live 2-5 No Limit Hold'em from Austin, Texas. I'm William Lahti, aka the New York Knit, with you this evening. We're going to get a PLO bomb pot going to start the show. Looks like it's a bit more than $10, maybe it's 15 or 20. And I've got a special guest in the booth with me this evening.
Hi, William. This is David Dante at Dante Poker. I'm excited to be here and watch some of these guys. I played with most of them. As I can see, this should be a really good game.
Dante, a longtime fixture of the stream, as we see this ace 10-10 flop with a couple of hearts. See who's got what. Shoves with some kings. J-stack has an ace. And not a lot of backup with it, just the backdoor clubs. See who's got a 10. Anybody have a 10? Checks through. I don't think anyone's got a 10. 3 diamonds on the turn should be uninteresting to everybody. We do see King Kaya pick up a pair of 3s, but his 4s are better than his 3s. Lots of checking. Aaron makes it 100, holding the gut shot, and is just going to get it through. So little aggression getting the job done for AA Ron.
I love that aggression from Aaron. He sensed a little weakness there from everybody, and he went ahead and take it out.
Yeah, and aggression often wins around here. Hope you're all having a great evening. I see some familiar faces in the chat. I see JTN 1968, Jedi Master Ted, Captain Underpairs, PM Poker Monkey, and many more, I'm sure. Great to have you all here. Be sure to hit that like button on the way in. Hit subscribe if you haven't yet. We got Faker. He's a familiar face.
Yeah, I've had an opportunity to play with, like I said, most of these players, but particularly Faker. I've seen him kind of grow through the 1-2 to the 2-5.
Already?
And we've also seen some really fun tournament runs from him back when we would do the tournament shows. We see J-Stack in the lineup and not looking to defend his straddle with that 10-4 offsuit. Probably a good move.
That actually caught me by surprise. He often defends, and he knows King Kai very well.
Yeah, definitely. And get another hand going here.
Let's see if we see any straddling from Doug. And
not out there.
He is, right on cue.
Well, I guess C5 sitting out then. Okay, there we go. We got 2 straddles.
I knew that would
makes
happen.
sense. Live 10, live 20. This game already escalating, and we're just 5 minutes in.
Yeah, this game is going to play much bigger than the 2-5 games right now, even for our typical Texas 2-5, by just looking at some of the players that we have.
Initial buy-in is $1,000 max, but then after the first hand, you can match up to the biggest stack, and you'll see a lot of matching as soon as we get a big pot. And you see Chubbs making it 100 with the ace-queen from the button. Optimize comes along with the suited ace. J-stack with that 7-5 of clubs. Fun hand to mess around with.
It really is. 7-5 is very appealing, although I'm not sure about under the gun there. I'm not sure about the small blind.
Speaking of messing around, King Kaya calling with the 9-8 offsuit and flopping top pair with a couple of diamonds on this board. So Optimize with that nut diamond draw. And J-stack with an open ender, and J-stack in the lead for 125.
I'm thinking J-stack just assumes everybody missed that flop. He should find out right now where he stands.
I don't think he even gets through one player. King Kaya probably not folding top pair after he limp calls with 9-8 offsuit. I don't think he's folding top pair.
I agree. After putting in the $100 squeeze play, he did improve the top pair, so he's definitely sticking around.
And he does just that, and Optimize with his nut diamond draw is going to call.
So Quinn,
and we'll go to this turn 3 ways.
Is that your first name?
So about a pot-sized bet left behind. The 6 is going to pair.
Where
So
you from?
nobody improves here.
Ohio. Cool, man.
J-Stack will
thought some,
continue the aggression.
Somebody in the chat was saying
Makes
they
it
knew you in
200.
Chicago or something, or maybe it was just some Chicago people that were saying that. Oh, okay.
I
So
like
it
this
was
play by
probably- I
J-Stack.
was crossing,
Once the board pairs, he's really trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, kind of tricky business because somebody
Well,
could
there
have
was-
middle pair
there
that
was
just
one guy in
improved
the
the
chat that was
trips.
definitely familiar with you. And
That's the
then
thing with
I know
multi-way
a buddy
pots.
of mine
Usually somebody's got it.
Chicago. I
That's
thought that
true.
he said
He's
something that he
but J-Stack
played
really
with you,
loves to
but
fight
maybe
for
it
those
was-
pots.
I think it
He
was
sure
actually,
does.
the guy
King
in
Kaya
the
calls.
3-seat. Yeah, he was talking about call
And
the guy that was over.
Optimize going to call. So 1,500 in the pot. We got about a third pot behind, a little over a third pot behind us. We go to this river, which is a 9 of diamonds. J-Stack is going to get there, but Optimize is going to get there better.
Yeah. No, I was
Optimize
thinking it-
rivering the nuts. J-Stack jamming his rivered straight.
Are you angling?
King Kaya with 2 pair, 3 pair actually,
What did you say?
is going to feel sick about this. He did improve, but was he just dead all along?
Yeah, I think multi-way. This should be an easy fold for that amount of money. I did
Everything got there.
And I did see Optimizer ask before it was King Kai's turn how much the pot was. So that shows strength right there as well.
Yeah, he is interested in putting some money in this pot. And King Kaya now in an awful spot.
He's got to ask himself, what does he really beat there?
Yeah, and that's a good question. What does he beat? Not a whole lot. He doesn't even beat an overpair. If anyone somehow has pocket tens, he loses.
At this point, is J-Stack really bluffing? Although it's not that much money for...
He does
the pot
fold,
size.
and Optimize is going to snap him off. And going to show the goods. J-Stack going to show that he got there as well.
How many chips do you need there?
So a massive pot early on, $2,500 pot going Optimize's way. You're going to get those stacks counted out, and Jesse will get this shipped over to Optimize.
I would have liked to see Optimize bet on the flop, a re-raise, to get maybe King Kai committed to top pair.
A check raise with the diamond draw and the over. I like that as well. You could definitely go that route. The one thing that may have been going through his head is that nobody folds in Texas, and perhaps decides to try to conserve his stack if he doesn't get there.
And he does have the worst position. So
That's too. You do play the rest of the hand out of position. I was also a little surprised that the turn bet was not all in on J-Stack's side. That was a pot size bet that would have been.
that was an opportunity for him to push out the other two.
Players checks, live stream.
You're not getting any folds with that sizing. And then you get there, and then you hope you're good. And massive cooler to start the evening. And well done by King Kaya to muck the 3 pair there. Recognizing that there's very little that he beats.
Yeah, he's only really, that's only a bluff catcher at this point, and he still has a player behind him.
The most marginal of bluff catchers. Like you went to the river 3 ways. How often does somebody not have a diamond draw? Not very.
Or trips.
Yeah, or trips where you're just dead all along. Or the 7-5 for fun.
You get me down for adding stuff. Yeah.
Let's see how we can follow that up.
I have not played with seat 10 before. I haven't seen him.
Blake, did you want something?
But I'm fortunate enough to play with everybody else at this table.
Whiskey, Fireball.
I'm familiar with most of these faces. You probably get around the cash games a little bit more than I do. I'm a bit more of a tournament guy.
I do play a ton of cash, probably 5 days a week. Although I do play tournaments as well, and I did play a couple tournaments recently.
Yeah. You see, I have a day job. I'm not playing cash five days a week.
Well, I'm so lucky that I'm retired.
That's the dream. That's the dream. see who else has showed up in this chat. I see Squiroo, one of our chat regulars. I see Donnie, I see Eddie, I see who else? I see Brian in there. Walter, hello everybody.
All right, looks like we still have these straddles going on. If I believe that's a double straddle from Aaron.
Yep, that's a 2-5, 10, 20.
I wonder if they made a deal to do straddles all the way around.
We're being told by Seth they have not made such a deal, but on these games, we got queens for Faker. In these games, you will often see at least one straddle by almost everybody. Chunky 3-bet from Faker, making it 250. And now Aaron just going to fold that suited ace, not getting the right odds, and very possibly dominated. Optimized with that ace-6 of diamonds, going to just fold. Faker going to win a small one.
That was a good fold by Optimizer. Although with the ace-4 suited, I would like to see maybe Aaron pull off one just to see a flop.
Yeah, I wonder
about 190 more though.
I wonder if he's considering he's just not deep enough to chase a straight or a flush. Like if you flop an ace there and well, you flop an ace, one of two things is going to happen. You're going to have the only ace and you're going to win a small pot, or you're going to be dominated and you're going to lose a big pot.
That is something to think about. But luckily for all the players here, they can add chips as the night goes on.
They sure can, and I think we have seen some players add on following that dramatic third hand. You see Optimize making it 30 with that queen jack offsuit. J-stack with the Choctaw nuts. Gonna go ahead and call. Unafraid to play some pots. King Kaya, 10-9 of spades gonna call. Aaron going for the squeeze this time. Ace at 150, Jack 10 offsuit. I'm sure this is towards the bottom of that raising range. And it's going to clear people out, except King Kaya maybe, who he dominates.
But I do like the 10-9 of spades. With Optimizer, I like the fact that he came in for a raise versus just flat calling. You'll see a lot of players just flat calling.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron with top pair, but getting
here's the thing
outflopped
that I
by
like to
King
do.
Kaya
Whenever
with the
the
top
dealer
2
flops
pair.
it, I give him $5. And anybody else that wants
Sorry to
to,
cut you
that's
off
a
there.
good deal.
Oh, no worries. I like to see a check from King Kaya.
Because now we know we ain't paying somebody.
Yes, checks to the 3-better.
I know it's on me.
Let him fire his C-bet, claiming to have an overpair. And it's going to put in the check raise. The check jam, which is going to get snapped by Aaron. $300 total. And Aaron picks up a straight draw and bricks it on that river. So King Kaya getting the double up here. That happened quick.
Hit whatever you want, man. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to all of us.
Can't fold top pair playing that shallow,
420.
especially when there are draws available.
And I'm not sure. I think he probably did. I'm not sure if Aaron ever played with King Kaya before. I have played. I have played with him a few times. He can make a lot of those type of plays. But is he really bluffing in that spot? That check raise?
He could be saying I have hearts. That's about it.
Nice turn. I didn't like the turn.
No, the turn was good.
But you can't fold top pair when
I
you
was
can
going to
beat
get
bluffs.
re-unstuck. I was going to need that one, probably.
Cameron wondering, did Lex finish in the green yesterday? I don't think so. I wasn't watching, but I'd seen a social post to the suggestion that he may have lost last night. As much as I love hanging out with you guys in the chat, sometimes I'm out playing. Like I was actually out playing some poker last night. Had myself a modest win in a mixed game.
Have you been playing a lot of tournaments lately?
I've been playing some tournaments. I'm going to be playing a lot more tournaments over the next month. So hopefully some run good there. Hopefully more than just a couple of min cashes I've had lately. And I think we're going to have some more action here. J-Stack has made $20 with the Queen 4.
have a 10.
and does not get through one player. Faker with the ace-king this time makes it 75.
What I like about J-Stack's game is he's very consistent with his raises. Queen 4 is probably not the ideal hand you want to raise with.
Probably not.
But he will raise with that and with pocket aces to raise the same thing.
And off to the flop we go. J-Stack has flopped a pair of 4s. Quick check, check. Faker does have the gut shot. Check, check again. Faker getting there with the king on the river for top pair. J-Stack is going to call Faker's $75 river bet. And we'll see that Faker is good. No long tanks yet. Gotta love that. No tanks, no knit rolls, no none of that. No slow rolls.
I've seen a few of those.
When you look at
online.
it, you're re-rolling.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised J-Stack didn't lead out with that flop to protect his hand from
Right.
turning the river.
Now
I think
there,
he was assuming that Faker was going to bet, and he probably raised it.
that was probably the plan. Faker deciding, though, to just check back his 2 overs plus cut shot.
I just wanted
Not
to pick
wanting
a
to get
bad
raised off
hand
his equity.
That would just be kind of whatever, right? Like when somebody folds a face up, it's just not going to
There's
interact.
Doug. An interesting thing about Doug is he loves those red towers, those red chips. He would like to convert all his green into red chips.
For no particular reason. And been doing all right.
And RGV Striker with some red aces.
Like 4 months ago, I have a
3-bet incoming.
4 fucking months.
Tiny 3-bet makes it 95 over Doug's 35 open and King Kaya's call.
I've never
And I
I've been
think Doug's
dealt
going to feel
9-3
priced in
one time
to
in that
continue
entire
in here.
span, and it was in a tournament
Only
that
60
fucking
more dollars into a pot that will be at least 240. More like 300 because King Kaya is going to feel even more priced in.
Yeah, that 3-bet was
I
really
was in
small.
the
He's
big
inviting
blind
the
and
other
I called the
players.
guys open. I was like, I'm going to try to win
Doug
with
going to
you.
flat, King Kaya going to flat. 3 ways to this flat. RGB Striker out of position but holding the best hand by a mile. This Queen 9-3 will give King Kaya the open ender, will give Doug middle pair. 2 clubs, nobody's got a club. Half pot bet from RGB Striker. Doug just holding the middle pair.
I think he was concerned multi-way.
Definitely.
That's something you could definitely appeal if you were heads up.
Probably not loving the fact that there are clubs. There are fewer clean outs for him. King Kaya will continue. He will try to hit the straight. Needs a king or an 8. Not too many left to go around. And the ace of spades will give RGB Striker top set.
Let's see if he decides to slow down and induce a bet from King Kai.
What a less than pot behind effective for RGB Striker. It's going to go about 250-ish, 235.
He is really inviting King Kai to make this call with that bet sizing. I don't think King Kai can just call here with only 963 behind. This would be a shove or fold.
And he has no fold equity either. So that would lead him to fold as he just has.
My 8's already gone. No showdowns.
So RGB Striker's set will hold up, and he will stack himself some chips here.
So how was it
So
playing
when we
with
look at
Doug
these
and
chip counts, we see
those guys yesterday?
Optimize, who earns all those chips above the thousands, and we see some other players who have mostly just added on to catch up. Robert wondering where's Prestige? I don't know. Prestige is a busy guy.
Well, you understand it?
I'd love to see him again sometime. We've even had him back here once. Very fun guy to talk to.
Yeah.
I think I remember that stream. I've played against Prestige
How many
And
blinds?
dozens of times.
I've battled with him too. Definitely puts you in some tight spots. RGB Striker folding the 9 triz. What's with that?
It was a 4-bet pot with 12 big blinds?
Let's see a 3-way flop here.
I don't know the exact one. I just know get like 80.
Chubbs with the best ace from the straddle. Flops
the
top
fourth
pair.
bet really
Ace
was
jack
sort of
7
insignificant.
optimized.
Third bet.
Has a lesser ace.
Well, yeah.
And I'm
Doug
just
has middle
what
pair.
are you doing this with? Like pocket pair or flipping?
Probably a lot of checking here.
Yeah, no, ace queen.
Doug.
never.
Doug gonna continue. A little bit adventurous.
Well, he saw the pre-flop razor check in that
He did.
C-bet, so he's trying to take an opportunity on that, representing that ace, but he doesn't realize, or he doesn't know that the other two players have an ace.
He doesn't know that. We know that.
He
And
probably
we're
knows
both
it
gonna
now.
call. Yeah. He's thinking he just torched him. He just torched 45 towers there. And that 5 on the turn does not change anything. I think Chubbs is going to lead this turn. He's going to lead for about
Definitely
2/3.
Not a believer. This really puts a tough spot in Dante-wise. I would think this might be a fold for him. He doesn't really beat anything. He just beats a jack, and no one's really bluffing at this spot.
Serious kicker problems, and he will fold, as will Doug. So Chubbs had the best hand the entire time, and will win the pot.
No. No, we specifically
I didn't see any value in Chubb's betting there. If he thought he was good, he could have definitely got a bet out
so, and you can like go run and look
of Doug. I don't think he would have got a bet out of Advisor.
Yeah, I would agree there.
But we usually do specifically keep it off of these TVs because
But I'm the king of the slow.
everybody's staring at
slow
it,
play.
everybody starts talking about that, we're missing
And there are definitely times to slow play. Definitely times to play a little faster as well.
big striped watermelon.
Seems like every time I've tried to trap lately, I've ended up trapping myself.
It's definitely backfired.
Just the other day, I busted a tournament in which I had aces, downs by 7 deuce. Yeah, I was playing like 12 bigs deep. There was a limper. I decided to limp behind, try and get it in. There's another limp, and there's a check, and it's an all spade flop, and I have 1 spade. I have an ace of spades, and big blind rips it in. I snap him. He has 7 deuces of spades. Oops.
You just need another spade.
We're going to see Aaron taking it down with a 3-bet. He had the better diamonds compared to Doug.
Got 3 hearts on the
And Aaron
That's
going
a-
for the squeeze.
That's a good example of a player knowing
feel it
another
and everything.
player
Still
and how they play. Those two have played together a lot.
Yeah, like, wait a minute. Well, how is that, man?
Doug at times can open pretty well.
Pull out your pin and start drawing.
I definitely like playing that ace-8 as a 3-bet, given that you could get a better ace to fold. You could even get a pair to fold sometimes, and you are loving both of those outcomes.
And then you still have a chance at wait for the
It's
flop.
tricky with no cup holders, so that's why, yeah, only sealed.
J stack straddling.
Which the little shooters are good for.
Kinkaya limping. Don't think Aaron's going to be limping. Makes it 50 with the ace-queen suited. King Jack of diamonds. We all know somebody who loves that hand. Is going to put in the 3-bet to 165. J-Stack letting it go. King Kaya. Is he really going to? Wow. King Kaya going to call that 3-bet. He's going to call it. He's got 5-4 offsuit and a dream. Now let's see what Aaron does. This is a 4-bet candidate.
You would have to 4-bet here.
Out of position, I like the 4-bet, and I believe he has done that. He puts out that pink $500 chip to make it $575.
Looks like we're going to get a call.
Yes, Quinn calls.
Looks like he is in position.
He is on the button. And King Kaya,
He's regretting his decision.
yeah,
on
he's
it.
like, can I have my money back, please?
That's the tough thing of calling in the middle spot like that.
He will reluctantly release the 5-4 offsuit. That should probably have never put a chip in the pot. Seth says that may be his favorite hands. We're going to go heads up to this flop. King 10-7, Aaron with the gut shot, but Quinn with top pair. So do you continue here if you're Aaron?
I would probably continue, yes. But your continue is, you know, he did exactly what, you know, I probably would do is kind of bet small to feel it out.
225, tiny.
Yeah, that's a little too small, but I think he's going to see a raise here. Looks like he
Quinn's just
gets a
going to
call.
flat.
Maybe he is worried about ace-king. That's a definite possibility in that spot.
That is a possibility. Maybe he wants to give Aaron every chance to bluff. And Aaron will turn himself a spade draw.
He's definitely picked up some additional equity. This could be an all-in because
I-
it's barely a pot-sized bet. It's
I
not
think
even
the
a pot
bet
size.
has to be all in here. You got to put Quinn to the test with his holdings below ace king, and Aaron does just that. He does jam.
It's a great bet, and it puts him in a really tough spot. $1,200 to call just with one pair.
Yeah, and not even top kicker.
Yeah, there are two other hands with just one pair that beats him. Not to mention a set or even two pair.
Yeah, Aaron could have tens. He could have kings. Even though there's one combo of that, he could have ace king. Could even have king queen sometimes.
Which all dominate Quinn. Hopefully I
Yep.
said his name right. Quinn? Quinn? K-Win? Quinn? Yeah.
I've been saying Quinn. I don't know either. And Quinn will call. From Columbus, okay?
Oh, he gets a call.
And Aaron will
He misses.
break this river. 7 of clubs. So Quinn will get the full double up.
You got to give him credit. That was a really, really gutsy call.
Yes, that was a gutsy call pre-flop. I'm not even sure I can make that call. And on this turn, you mean though? Yeah, I think that's one of those spots where you probably made your decision on the flop.
That's true. He did call the 500 pre, and so he did improve to top pair. So he's thinking he's not going to go anywhere at that point.
Yeah, once you decide to get to the flop, yeah, you can't fold top pair, especially once you call flop and the turn doesn't change anything as far as made hands. That's all that turn did was put up a draw, because Aaron doesn't have deuces.
Good hand, man.
Never.
Never. But you know what? Sometimes this game of poker, you do get rewarded for making a decision that may not have been optimal. Every now and then you do get rewarded, though. See
I
what the
think it was a really gutsy call. He did have position on Aaron, but it was a really gutsy call on the flop. It's something that I probably would have just folded to a $500 or $550.
Oh, definitely. See what the chat's saying. Jugnu telling me don't ever limp aces. There's a few spots where I limp aces, and that's one of them. Like if I'm short stacked in a tournament and I know I'm just never folding. Like I can limp and I can hope that somebody makes top pair.
Players checks, live stream.
Well, I have been known to, especially if I'm the small blind or big blind or under the gun, I've been known to limp aces, especially in Texas because there's always going to be a raise.
Yeah.
So again, that's not probably your optimal play.
Blind versus blind is another spot where I'd consider it. It's where I know I just never fold. So lots to talk about TV shows. Yeah, I would agree that Ozark is a really great show. I think the last episodes come out late April.
Were we talking about Ozark?
Yeah, Ozark.
I love that show.
Yeah, that is a great show. I think we've had a misdeal here.
No, that would have been so tilting.
Jedi Master
Players
Tag saying
checks,
he
live
loves Star
stream.
Trek Picard. Yeah, that just came back today. I'm liking that.
TD.
Like Like if I wanted to lose half the chat, I could start ranking the new Star Trek shows as far as how I like them. Like I'll lose half the chat and I'll start a flame war with the other half.
I am also a big Star Trek fan.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question: Star Trek or Star Wars?
Trek.
Trek.
I think Seth says Wars.
The producer says Wars. The Star Wars movies lately haven't been as good.
No.
I'll say that. Originals are great.
Yeah, Seth's putting the disclaimer the original trilogy, which definitely was peak Star Wars. See a King of Diamonds exposed from Optimize's fold. It's folded all the way to the straddles. Baker limps in with his ace-10. Doug checks it. Got a lot of checking. Doug's got a spade draw. And I don't think Doug has anything here. Baker's ace-high going to be good. They may have just run it. I don't know.
Yeah, the pot was too small to even fight for that at that point. Looks like on the chip count, Quinn is our chip leader at $4,100 already. This will give everybody an opportunity to add, and I suspect they will eventually.
And that was courtesy of a monster pot against AA Ron just a couple of hands earlier.
Looks like we have the double straddle on again.
2, 5, 10, 20. Gotta love it. And Aaron gonna open it up here to $65 with that King 10 of clubs. Optimize has better clubs, and he has the button, and he's calling. And J Stack with some J's. J's for J Stack.
This is a point where your image will get you paid off.
Absolutely. He's gonna rebet, and nobody's gonna believe him.
This definitely looks like a squeeze.
225. Baker gonna release that suited gapper.
Nobody's more aware of their image than J Stack is. He knows that people think he's a maniac. It's a relatively small. Is it?
And
He made it 225. Okay.
it's, yeah, not that big of a sizing. Like I probably go more 250. And Aaron's gonna have to fold this King 10. And Optimize opting not to take a flop. And J-Stack gonna win with some aggression.
I would have liked to see Optimize, especially on the button, come in for the 3-bet right there.
Yeah.
Although it wouldn't have worked. Just calling that spot puts you in a tough spot if somebody else calls behind you.
Well, Optimize was closing the action.
J-Stack wasn't close.
The J-Stack was small blind. Optimize was button.
And he bet. So,
Yeah, J-Stack put in the 3-bet pre, and then it folded back to Optimize on the button. He decided not to flat from the button. I think his concern there was, like we discussed before, making a dominated top pair and then losing a bunch of money.
Oh no.
Like immediate pot odds seem appealing, but you have those reverse implied odds.
well, for me, knowing the players, and I think he's played with J-Stack before, I would have called J-Stack.
J-Stack opting to limp the 6-3.
That is his favorite hand, although I think it's suited that he likes.
Yeah, and Aaron has a better 6. Check, check, and now Aaron has a top pair. That is a mile ahead. And look at that. Aaron's got 2 pair. He's got jacks and 6s, and J-Stack's got a pair now.
He's definitely going to call that. So.
And he does just that. Calls a $100 bet from Aaron. And Aaron beginning the comeback with a small pot there. Now people discussing Star Wars and Star Trek in the chat. We did it. I don't recall yesterday's Enterprise. That was a great episode.
You got let into that hand too.
Let's make sure history never forgets the name Enterprise.
I think as Star Wars started out great, in their movies. They've
Yeah.
tapered off, and I think Star Trek movies have gotten better and better. I really enjoyed the last couple.
We're trying to start a flame war, aren't we? A lot of people are like, no, JJ
I like them
Trek.
both. I
Yeah.
like them both,
Yeah.
but
Okay, so, okay, the new Star Trek movies definitely have a lot of special effects. Like they're maybe a little light on plot for my liking. Look at this, J-Stack with the 6-3 again. Makes it 60. And Aaron with the 10-8 of hearts likes the price. RGB Striker, the initial limper with the Jack-10 of diamonds, definitely priced in.
yeah, it's definitely something you want to see a flop with.
Yeah. 4 ways to this flop. 7-7 deuce. Who's got 7 deuce?
It's tough to think anybody would have a 7 in that spot.
We check through and we get a 3 on the turn, so I think J-Stack's ahead now.
J-Stack's ahead, and
Pair of 3s.
he's always going to bet that.
And this probably gets through. 75 from J-Stack. And fold, fold, fold. 6-3 is the winner.
I would like for him to show that 6-3. I think everybody knows that's a hand that he favors.
Yeah, that would be a fun show for sure.
It does look like we've had a few players add on. This game is already big.
Yeah, can we get even bigger?
We will. J-Stack with 6-3 again. Am I
How
seeing
many
that right?
times can you get 6-3?
If it was suited, it's a huge raise.
Instead, it's just a limp.
Right. Okay, where's the interest?
And Faker with Ace-King is not going to be limping.
And I wonder if J-Stack's going to call this.
As long as we don't see another raise, I think he probably takes the flop. Faker made it pretty big, 125. Quinn with the Jack-10 offsuit is going to call. Getting frisky there. He's got the calling chips. As he calls.
There's definitely an ambitious call from Quinn. Maybe if you're in position, you could do that. Did somebody fold an 8?
Probably.
I think somebody did.
885. Faker with the C-bet. 175 should get it through.
I do like his sizing there. It's not too much, but it looks like a value bet.
Yeah, and how often do we see an 8? Not very. That said, like the Steve Dolan #1 just flopped quads. The old 8 of spades, 8 of hearts.
It's been a long time since I flopped pots, if you don't count ball pots.
Yeah, outside of bomb pots, yeah, not that often. I'm trying to think the last time I flopped quads.
I've seen it flop.
Oh, you know what? No, I take it. Well, it wasn't Hold'em though. I flopped quads last night in the mixed game in a Draw Maha variant.
Like a big O.
So Draw Maha is a game where you get 5 cards. Half of it will be your best Omaha hands, and the other half will be your best 5-card hands. There's also a variant where it's a deuce to 7 in your hands, which is what I've been playing. I was sitting there. I had a 9 draw with a pair of 5s. I was all set to draw to my 9. I flopped quad 5s. So instead, I just blasted everyone off the pot with what was a very one-way hand at that point, since a pair of 5s is not going to win deuce to 7. But quad's almost certainly going to win on the board. And we have a little ace-king versus ace-jack action. And ace is up for Quinn, who did just flat from the straddle. Doug is going to continue here.
Doug's got to think he's good.
Quinn choosing not to re-raise. Does just flat. He's going to continue the trap.
I
Six
like
of
the flat
clubs.
as well since he didn't raise pre-flop. He's really disguising it.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Doug's going to have to go for another street. He's going to think, I beat a heart draw.
Doug's got to think he's ahead. He's got to put his opponent on.
I mean, it is.
Goes about half pot,
In that this strategy, like
$55.
What do you think, William? Is this the time to raise?
I think this is where I pull the trigger.
play now.
In
But
case his opponent is
like
on
to
the
do
draw.
that.
Or if I want to tell the story that I'm on a draw and perhaps I have an opponent who's stubborn and will not fold top pair.
It looks like he did just that. He raised to 185.
And Doug has top pair and he's beating a draw, so he calls. And let's go to the river, almost 500 in the middle here. 4 of hearts. Now the hearts come in.
That kills the action. I probably see check at this point.
Each of them thinks the other one's on a draw. I think Quinn is going to go for some value, though. Going to go about half pot again. 260.
Again, it goes back to earlier. What is Doug beating here?
Yeah.
A bluff, maybe.
And what bluffs do you have? Like maybe you have some gut shots,
Ten
but a
jack
gut
of
shot
hearts,
probably check raises
or-
the flop, and Doug does fold.
Yeah, that move was definitely strong.
If I'm Quinn, I'm probably checking to induce a bluff, which he may not bluff. Doug may not bluff with his exact holding, but sometimes he'll bluff. But if you bet and you get raised, now you're the one in the nasty spot with top 2,
That's
where the obvious draw just got there.
yes, I definitely like a check, and you can just call off 200 versus betting it out and then having to fold, and never seeing a hand.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking about work right now. I'm getting fucking emails.
Never stops.
Optimize not getting the hands like he did earlier.
I like Squiroo's comment, Wrath of Quinn.
You know someone values their job.
Quinn!
Sorry, I overslept. Am I fired? If you're already thinking that that's what the situation is, maybe that's what you should do.
Kaya with some red ducks,
Hey,
makes
sorry
it
this
40.
happened,
Aaron with some 9s.
tomorrow or this
This will definitely be a raise from.
He makes it 120. I love how raises are not getting through even a single player tonight. King Kaya does have the right odds to try and flop a set.
I'm sure Aaron was happy that he didn't get re-raised.
5 in the evening, you have a problem.
Pretty safe board, queen 5 deuce.
Sometimes they don't get off till 10 a.m.
Aaron's 9's ahead,
That didn't work.
They could be a poker.
only 1 over, and it's not the ace.
Didn't even.
It's like 120.
Back-to-back days anymore.
Does just that. King Kaya does have a backdoor steel wheel draw.
He does, but he should be afraid of that queen.
He should be. And actually, he now has a straight flush gut shot. Aaron does have the better heart draw. Check, check. King of diamonds. Nobody's going to love that.
Love to see a bet from King Kai here.
Instead, it goes check, check.
3 of hearts.
And Aaron going to take this
I
one
know, that was
down.
the first one I looked at. I was like, let's go. Well, that'll work.
Aaron said he couldn't wait to go back to work tonight.
No, Justin, you don't put Justin right. Oh, yeah. Didn't show up for the 5 o'clock shift.
If you've been enjoying this, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button.
Looks like Doug is adding on for 600. Following suit.
I think we've got a dealer change happening, maybe.
No, I got guys, like 2 guys.
Yeah. There we go. We got a dealer change, which means we are going to have a PLO bomb pot.
Is it $10 or is it more?
I think they did more when we started the show. I think it was like 15 or 20. 25. They're doing a quarter. It's not even Monday.
It feels like it.
The quarter bomb pots, we usually see that on our Monday 510, usually hosted by AA Ron,
I ran $300
sitting out on the table tonight.
in like 3 hours.
And then,
Cashed out $1,500. I didn't quit.
Quarters out there.
Standard.
Profit.
Run it up and watch it
Dealer
off.
in the box. And eventually there'll be a camera angle where you can tell who it is.
I fucking was in for way more than I wanted to be, and then ran it back up to even, and then
I was going to say it's not Sal because
It's not Sal. It's Joe. Okay, it's Joe.
not in bomb.
All right. And Joe's going to give us all 4 cards. Must play exactly 2 of those cards at showdown. 4 aces in your hand is not quads. 4 aces on the board is not quads.
I've had a 4 of a kind once before.
Yeah, funny how it's never in a game where you want it.
Get all 4 scans. Like the table knows what it's doing.
I've been playing a lot more Kilo and Big O lately. Cash
Yeah.
in
But they
tournaments.
can't do 2 boards. So
It's starting to be my favorite game.
Yeah, those PLO games can definitely get big. 10-3-3, couple of diamonds, a lot of checking. We see about half the hands as usual because it's a pain to get these card scans when it's 4 of them. Checks through, 4 of spades is going to put up a second flush draw. We do see Quinn with the open-ended straight flush draw. So one end is busy with RGB, and the ace of spades will give Chubbs the jack high flush, which is the best hand that we know about. He will make it 100. Optimize has calls with the mystery hands.
Well, that was exciting.
And I believe Optimize hasn't pipped. He does. Those would be queen high spades for Optimize. So that will be good for the pot. They didn't get red, so get him punched in. Okay, so he had also flopped top pair, just for good measure. And then makes the flush.
No raise there from Optimize. He was probably thinking that he doesn't have the bet, so he'll just call it.
Far from it, yeah. Every once in a while, you run into a boat that somebody either slow played or just stumbled into on the river.
Yeah.
Imagine somebody just turns over aces there.
Quinn would just bet the pot. I don't think Optimize could call.
Yeah, you do put him in a much tougher spot there.
Felt like a blocker.
Told me he's not going to take it.
Roger Garrison says hello. Hello, Roger. One of our main chat
All
pros.
he does is talk about how
So this
many
game is turned into a 2,
How
5,
does
10,
he
20
keep
game.
getting there?
It seems that way.
This is uncanny.
We have a raise.
I don't think I've
Doug.
ever seen
Doug with the dirty typer, with the skinny as some call it in Reno.
Back-to-back session of just unreal.
King
Little
Kaya,
slick.
yeah, King Kaya is well ahead with a pair of 4s. As we go heads up to this
I
flop.
don't even know.
6K and 50
A rare heads up flop.
And then, yeah, like
Well,
over those 2 sessions.
Kai is in position.
and
If I
like a-
call
like
that
a
Probably
full
thinks he
10.
needs to improve.
Oh yeah.
Then
and
over
you-
10K.
And Doug flops bottom pair.
This is a definite
No,
C
he
bet for
snap
him.
called. Tillman don't snap call. I call. Tillman snap called his shove all in. Well, I'm behind that.
Best chance at winning with 3 deuces usually to be aggressive. And that is what we're going to see here.
The only way to win if he's got
Definitely repping an overpair.
Is King Kaya going to be in the no set, no bet camp?
a jack.
Or is he going to say, you know what, this is not the worst flop with 4s?
It really isn't. He beats all the big aces in this spot.
out of Austin, Mondays and Thursdays.
I'm not sure if he's ever played with Doug before, but
Do you play this game often?
It's a Thursday.
He's assembling calling chips and he is sliding them out.
He's on one time right now.
Somehow we have almost 500 in the middle with pocket 4s and 3 deuce.
oh, he gets there.
He makes
the
the
set.
set. And Doug
got a
does
gut
pick
shot.
up a gut shot.
Looks like Doug is calculating the pot odds here.
One time, twice.
He's definitely going to bet.
You can always ask for it.
Probably this run out is favorite him. Favors Kai, but he's
His 4 shouldn't change a whole lot from Doug's perspective.
King think I smell a raise here.
390.
Definitely got to get some. There's some draws out there. That he wants to pick up, so.
Doug makes it 390, setting up a pot-sized shove on the river. If he wants to go that route.
Wow.
He's probably just gonna call, gonna give Doug every chance to bluff if he's on a bluff. King of diamonds on that river, breaks
Kaya's
all the
gotta-
draws.
Kaya's got to like that. If Doug has ace king there. Maybe
If-
ace king
yeah.
of clubs, something like that.
If Doug has ace king, King Kai is gonna stack him. Doug is gonna check it over, and now King Kaya gonna try and get some value here. Makes it $500, leaving Doug some bus money,
Tried one time, twice. He missed it the second time.
some cab fare.
Kai didn't take no time at all making that bet.
Doug folds.
He shows.
The one time indeed. Holy
That was really something.
time.
Question in the chat from Toothfly ENT.
I got
Does
the
five of a kind beat a royal flush? So in games where you have a wild card, five of a kind beats everything except a natural royal flush. A natural royal flush is a royal flush with no wild cards. And then you'd have five of a kinds, and then you'd have a royal flush with a wild card. That would be below five of a kinds.
That's too complicated for me to play.
Yeah. Around here at TCH, we do sometimes have mixed games where people will call things with a wild card.
God said,
I played a
yes,
few of them.
here's your one time.
Sassy follow the queen, deuces wild.
We did that one night after a stream.
Yeah.
It was dealer's choice.
Yep.
Whoever stole his game.
And coin.
Yeah, I remember that. That was quite the game.
As soon as I raised
The follow the queen games are the loudest games. Like every time the queen hits, like whoa!
It changes everything.
he raised to 4.
Definitely raises a ruckus.
Okay, looks like Quinn is going to raise on the button.
Your
35.
memory is entirely too good.
Gets the straddle.
He tells me about hands, and I'm like, oh yeah, I
Blind
remember.
straddle.
I don't know shit.
Yeah.
I remember a bad
Smize 9-8 suited, then a 3-bet.
Love
No, I mean, it was bad beat for sure. And then the thing is, Aaron missed the 10 on the flop. He was like, a perfectly great flop. Ace. Oh,
Instead, he gets it through.
Nine of hearts, nine of hearts, three of diamonds. Nothing to get. It's getting there. It's getting close. Shit, I'll take that one. That's a $200 tip, dealer.
I'm literally only.
Nine of hearts, three of hearts. $200 tip. You give it nine of hearts, three of diamonds. That was close.
Faker straddled, and he's not even sitting down.
$200 tip.
That's a great game.
I mean,
$1.
you got half of it.
You got $400. You got one of the cards.
All right, we have two straddles.
Quinn looks like
$40
Quinn's still
tip.
the leader with chips. He has $4,200. And followed closely by King Kai.
Oh. Raise. 60.
Chubb's deciding to open it up with the queen 3. Feels like it's been a few hands since he's played a hand, so you got to get in there.
I played with Chubb on a stream a while ago. It was a 1-3 stream.
Look, Baker has ace king again. Makes it 200, gets the call from Chubbs with the queen 3. Who will,
Flock it.
yeah, he'll get the queen.
Bet 150.
Baker's going to continue here.
Chubb is not going to go anywhere with his top pair. I'm not even concerned about his kicker.
And now he doesn't even have a kicker with the 4 pairing on the turn.
Actually, he has a better kicker. It's a 5.
Yeah. And now he's going to fill up, so no kicker worries at all.
And Faker might like this.
He'll check it.
Pay him off to do a smaller bet.
Yeah, he could bluff catch with the ace.
Looks like he bets 450. That's probably a little too much. It's 650.
Yeah,
That's
he does
definitely
fold.
too much.
That's too much.
If he wants to get a call there for a 4 or a pair, that's very polarizing. It's over a pot size bet.
Yeah, I'd like to go smaller there, and maybe he heroes me with an ace.
Even if he bets 30% pot, maybe he gets bluffed. So maybe Taker tries to bluff at that. But that's 650. Just no one's ever bluffed.
Yeah. Two Boy says they love us and stay amazing. Thanks a lot for that. Glad you're enjoying the show.
Oh, it's my fault, man. I would have.
Oh, you still can?
You're all enjoying. Be sure hit like, hit subscribe.
It looks like Doug has bought a bunch of red chips.
That is his calling card. And
It's very intimidating.
King Kai with the 9s. Ace at 65. If I'm going to have an amount of red chips, I better be playing limit game,
I'm a trash hand.
as most mixed games are.
Huh?
Me too.
It's tough when he goes all in with those red chips.
Man, I know you're.
Yeah, that's like a pain for the dealer to count.
Range. You know my range.
Like, it slows the game down.
Check.
Check chart.
We go 4 ways to a flop here. Some interesting holdings.
We got a
8
couple
5
of
2s,
hearts here.
couple of hearts, and
Nobody has hearts.
and J Stack has flop top pair. King Kaya with the overpair and the best hands,
Bet 215.
I'm small.
and continues for 215.
Fold.
Where's the guy?
J Stack sticks around with his pair.
You need a 4.
I definitely like this call from
Oh, yeah?
J Stack.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have
I'm checking.
top pair, and he's got some back doors as
7
well.
1 time.
That's a card that neither of them will like.
It's the 56th time, man. I'm gonna use my 56th
All in.
Kaya gonna continue. J Stack gonna rip it in, and it's gonna get called.
2 times.
2.
Not enough chips to get him to fold, I don't think. J Stack having only had 550 going to the turn. So he had no fold equity, and they're going to run it twice. 3 changes nothing, the king changes nothing, and J Stack going to get stacked by King Kaya, who has built it up to 4,100 or so. Lots of action, and we're only an hour into this show.
Wonder if J Stack is going to reload. That would be his 3rd bullet, right?
I have not been counting.
Yeah.
Feels like the 3rd, though.
And then 3.
I think with most players, when J Stack does that move, it would work.
Yeah, well, it depends. Like, it depends on the sizing. Like for J Stack's jam, like if I bet as much as King Kaya did, and J Stack jams 550, I'm never folding because I'm priced in.
That's true.
The pot would have, like, you're calling another 300 or so into a pot that's gonna be what, 1,500? Like,
Yes. Well, we
I'm
went
not
up to
folding to a
18.
quarter pot bet.
Straddle for 10.
Deeper stacked, yeah, that could work.
Raise. 40.
Quinn making it 40.
Call.
This was a straddle. From Quinn's point, I would like to see maybe a bigger bet from him because he's going to get 3 callers here.
And I think it was just the 10 on.
So we made it 4x. But this is Texas.
It is
4x,
Texas.
you're going to get several callers.
And he's not going to like that ace jack 10 flop. Faker's going to love it, though. He's got aces up. Optimize with middle pair.
Check. Check.
And now an 8 for Quinn. We have an up and down for Optimizer.
Bet 125.
Puts out a nice bet.
And optimize with the open enter there. Quinn has
I wonder if he's
got
going to
trips
choose
and
to,
he has a gut
to-
shot.
to raise here. It looks like he's bringing out some raising chips. 325. Did I see that correctly? 350.
375. Fold, fold.
375. Yep.
I love that bet sizing though.
Optimize having a look at how much Faker has behind.
Optimize's got to think if my straight gets there, is it still any good, or am I just chopping?
And he could be against King Queen. He's going to call. We're going to see J-Stack putting some more chips on the table. And Optimize is going to break out here. Faker's aces and tens will be best.
Looks like he went all in.
Yeah, rips it in about 2/3 pot. As much as he had behind. And
I think it goes back to that same question. Who's going to call you? Like, what hand would call you?
I don't think there's... Yeah,
Naked ace?
yeah, I don't think Optimize is beating much at all here.
And if you get a call, ace jack, already made straight.
Apparently.
And Optimize does make the fold.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see that.
What you buying? 1,000 you have buying?
You see a couple of 4K stacks.
Are we just an hour in?
Yeah, mostly play.
We're just over an hour in.
That is pretty typical for the stream. I imagine
No, I play a lot
the
of
stacks will get even bigger.
No, I got 66 in that last weekend. I'll play. Gonna go
He
play.
never hits.
Never?
We'll never say never.
27th last month.
Shot up to 10.
This term, so I got something going on my leaderboard.
You got this last hole? Oh, nice.
Chop it, 5 weeks. And then played out for a little bit. A little bit of cash on trophy.
I think I left you off.
Raise. 30. Fold.
See Carl the chat pro sliding into the chat here.
I had a final one here.
Looks like Doug took down a small pot with a raise with ace 10.
Look at these VPIPs. Lots of players playing lots of hands. Shoves and RGB Striker, the least active. They are below that 15% Lottie line. I'm sure we'll get them some playable cards soon enough.
Well, I've seen playable cards from this one.
We did see RGB pick up a decent one with aces earlier, where he did make the set.
2 pay bumps. So we said, no, we'll wait.
$40 straddle.
At the end, after our ICM chop stuff, he took 114. We're supposed to 166. We took 114 and we played for 10.
Chubb's
We got 10 in there and played for it in the trophy. So we got 144.
Chubb's playing very, very snug right now.
The short, yeah. The short stack guy really messed up everything.
Raise to 90.
Aaron Mid getting 90 with a mystery hands in the big blind, and getting the fold from RGB Striker and from Quinn.
Yes, because like everybody's in the hands, like your blinds get posted.
That's where we were wondering,
right? Like
where's everyone from? You know what? If you're in the chat, let us know where you're from. I'm from New York originally, if you guys didn't know that.
Over there, you walk
I'm
away,
from
you don't see
Florida,
your hand,
Orlando.
Orlando,
Disney
Florida.
World.
Decided that that's the way it is. We can amend
Nice.
it if you guys really feel strongly about it, but yeah, it came up last time and we.
My wife is in the chat. She says she doesn't hear me.
Seth, can they hear Dante? Maybe you get the microphone a little bit closer. Like you just sit there. Yep. Closer, like. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How is that?
Let us know if you can hear Dante. Because he's definitely bringing it tonight.
Yeah, $35.
You all should hear him. He knows what he's talking about.
$35.
Well, I like to think I do. King Kai raising it to 35. I love ace queen
If I
suited.
stack them, go like this.
Oh,
I'm strong.
Quinn picking up.
Love it less when that happens.
It's the power.
185.
Ace king for Quinn, making it 185.
I like the bet sizing, but
Grabs a bunch of chips.
King Kai is never going anywhere.
Catch that?
He's fucking
It's weak. That's looking weak right there.
Sure everything's on.
Oh no. Me and the man.
And King Kai calling.
Quinn.
Jack, Jack 8, couple of clubs. Quinn's got backdoor clubs to go along with his better race. Check, check. Deuce of hearts.
Check. 7 one time. $10. That's 10. I said 7.
And 10 of hearts doesn't change anything either.
4 flush on the river.
Some more check, checking. Ace king high, gonna be the winner.
I think any bet there would have taken down that pot.
No 7s.
Yeah. Pat wondering what happened in Dallas. They had their hearing last week, and that's been continued into March. Like there's a second hearing in a few weeks. I guess they need a time or something. I don't know all the details, but definitely a big turnout in support of TCH Dallas last week, and
Recall shit from like a year and a half ago, and that ain't gonna work for me.
a lot of people in the chat say I can't hear Dante.
Yeah, doctor of memorization. That's exactly right. Thank you for
This doesn't work.
reminding me.
Yeah.
Justin's the one time in bank can't drive.
Apologies if we're having tech problems here.
100% Lottie.
Yeah,
$10
I'm the second coming of E. McKenzie, apparently.
20.
See how I throw him in there? I'm just leaving. I'm waiting for. Oh, that's a tell. If I just throw him in
King
there,
Kai making it 20. Hopefully we get this audio figured out.
they're gonna try.
Where's your bathtub of soup?
Yeah.
110.
There was one time I was inadvertently muted for a considerable amount of time.
And Austin usually have?
But yeah, Seth's confirming that we're not muted.
Every time we play
Okay, so it's $90 to call for King Kai.
Want to know?
Aaron's not going anywhere for that price.
But this time I got to tell.
3 players.
Let's see a King High flop.
He's running back.
Yeah, I can't win.
He's like, there's my 7. It's impossible.
Well, we do have a flush draw for Aaron, so he definitely improves. I can hear you.
Bet. So 140.
Let's see what Aaron does here.
Call. Heads up.
Well, Aaron's definitely not going anywhere. He picked up some additional equity with a gut shot. This check looks like Quinn is giving up, but he actually improved to second pair.
Squirrel can barely hear Dante.
I love this bet from Aaron.
Call.
Look at that.
Wow, wow. Quinn got there with a straight, and Aaron got a straight as well.
Quinn with the hind end of it, Aaron with the top ends of it.
This is going to be a sizable bet from Aaron, and I don't think Quinn can go anywhere. looks like in the chat they can hear me now. So thank you, Seth, for fixing that.
There we go.
What a nice, nice chunky bet right there. I use the word chunky because Aaron uses it.
And I've used it too.
This puts a
And,
lot of pressure.
We're far from the first commentators to use that term to describe that bet. Aaron looking to take some of these chips back from Quinn that he shipped over earlier in the evening.
Quinn can't put him on a 6, but I think the bet will.
Quinn talks himself out of calling. Aaron going to win not quite as much as he hoped.
I still like the bet from the pot size bet there from Aaron.
I love it when the board runs out at deuce to 7 wheel. 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. That's the hand you want in that game.
So Quinn specifically put him on a 6 to not call there. That's,
See what he did?
pocket 6, maybe 6, 7, something like that.
Okay, people are hearing you now and saying hello to you in the chat. So glad that you can actually hear Dante now because he's been bringing it for the last hour.
King X of diamonds.
I appreciate that, and thank you for the shout-outs. We still see the double straddle going on. J-Stack, always a fan of the straddle.
5, 10, 20, and King Kai limping the ace. Ace 7, kind of raggedy ace.
Like you said, I think he never pulled before. Maybe.
Chubbs folds the 5-2.
As he should.
Good discipline.
And free look for J-Stack, who had the 6-4, which is flopped an open-ender. This could get interesting. Checks through. 9 of diamonds.
J-Stack looking for the 7 that King Kai has.
King Kai with the best hands at the moment is going to make it 40. J-Stack going to pursue that straight. Needs a pair or a straight. Instead, he gets a 9 of clubs, and King Kai going to win on this check river.
My heart pitter pattered. Thought I had it for that split second.
See Anderson in the chat. Hi there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Always good to see you. Had Anderson playing here not that long ago on this very program.
It's a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
I actually heard that Anderson was here because I haven't seen him lately, and I came down just to play poker, and he had just left. So
Yeah. Stinks when you have those misconnections sometimes.
Faker continuing the double straddle. It's really good for the game when you use straddle and double straddle, if everybody does it.
Yeah.
Depends on how you're running.
Sometimes you even see more straddles than
It was on
that.
your list before when you were running hot. It was not.
We definitely know somebody who will just slide out a bunch of chips and straddle
We
that.
won't mention his name.
Yeah. And then
I like
you,
Chase too much.
and then you find out what players know how to play a short stack.
I remember a time where he straddled for 1,100, and
Yeah.
I woke up with ace king suited. I
Yeah.
regretted it. I was like, I don't want to have a hand here, and I had to go all in. And he had to call, and he had 9-3 and 9-3.
Gotta love the 9 triz.
It's like, I don't want to call. I love the action.
Bailey wondering who's commentating. I'm William Lahti, a.k.a. the New York Nit. I've got Dante alongside me.
Hello. My first time in the booth.
I'm trying to remember the hand.
Has played with us many, many times over the last couple of years here on TCH Live. Great to get to hear him back here and get to know him a little bit. So, how'd you end up playing poker?
I'm fairly new to poker. I moved here about a year and a half ago, and I come in third in a really big tournament.
Yeah, that's always nice.
So I came out here, and you know, I'm retired, so I just jumped right into the 1-2 games here in Texas, and they are much bigger than than the ones in Vegas. And then it slowly progressed to the streams, 2-5, and then I played a lot of 5-10 on the stream. And so yeah,
I'm not even brave enough to play the 5-10 yet.
I've played it about 12 times. It's a different game. It's a different game from the 2-5. The players are different. You know, there are two things that I really stand out as far as what makes a great poker player. One of those is your bankroll,
Yes,
what you have.
bankroll.
And the second is table selection, which I've learned over the year and a half. So
Yeah, you've got to be willing to walk away from a crappy game. And we got a little action here. King Kaya limped in with a couple of rags. And then RGB Striker made it 75 with the ace-10 offsuit. And then Optimize woke up with queens in the small blinds. Has made it 310. And has cleared out the 5 high.
I like the bet sizing. Optimize definitely has an image. If he's bleeding out and betting, especially, I believe he's in the small blind. I mean, that screams a big pocket pair.
And ace-10 off is going to make a fold, as it probably should. Somewhat weak holding. It's kind of deceptive. You see two Broadway cards, but not suited, and somewhat dominated.
That's a definite folder. I like his 3-bet. Got a lot of information. And wasn't, didn't get to see the flop.
Christopher wondering what's a crappy game. A crappy game would be one where, like, there's no action. Like, nobody's playing any hands. Like, it's just sort of dead. Like, you know it when you see it.
We've all been on those type of tables. But what I also say when I say table selection is when you get to a table and you realize you're the worst player at that table.
Definitely. And
That's the time to get up.
yeah, and that's a pretty bad spot too. Like, you have no action, or you're the worst player. Maybe you're the one who's the action.
I've been
Yes, I think I've been there.
Like, I don't think it sucks for you in that the result is that you lost out on that, but like, you always got to size up your
But he
opponent.
was the small stack. If he wanted
Jack 2's couple of hearts. And nobody's connected with this. We check through and we pair the queen.
He has like zero leverage. Let him ask for that shit, and then probably gets crushed. Was he the next one out or no?
Kaya
King
just
Kai bets out with the best hand.
Well,
gotta love the value bluff.
That's exactly what it is.
2.3 million, 2.4 million, and we're supporting 3 of us setting over 20 million.
You got 4 players above 3K, so the stacks are getting a little bigger.
He wants 120.
What tournament was this?
It's all right.
What tournament was that at Tata?
No, it was right here at the last weekend. The big one.
I'd like to see J Stack get a double up here. The game's really fun when he has a big stack.
Definitely.
It's not fun for me, but
His chips are in play.
yeah, he definitely has chips in play.
I got aces cracked to get forward. The small
Just
blind.
so y'all know, he brought 80 with him today to fuck all us.
There was one night I played one of these stream games, and the stream itself didn't go great for me. And then the game collapsed down to 3 players. It was me, and it was J Stack, and it was Coins, who you guys may know, a stream regular. I was not stuck when I left the room.
And he has 7-9 offsuit.
Like, it's like when the lights go off, like they flip the switch where you start getting cards against the guys who are gonna play some hands. We got a bit of a hand brewing here. King Kai electing to just flat with the ace queen in the straddle.
I feel like King Kai he must have a high VPIP. Seems to be in every hand.
He plays a lot of hands, but he doesn't play them that aggressively, it seems. Everybody with ace high. And I think we're going to see the worst ace high take it down with some aggression. Chefs goes from worst to first by putting out the bet. Christopher wondering the rules about the straddle. So the rules here at TCH, under the gun can straddle. They have to make it at least twice the big blind. They could straddle up to their entire stack. If that player does straddle, the player to their left can straddle. Again, has to be twice the last player. And it goes on like that. It can go all the way to the button if everybody straddles. You could
And I've
have
seen that a few times.
2, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 160, 320, something like that.
I've done the $40 straddle a few times, and I've seen it go all the way down to 320.
Yeah. Like, I'll put on that multiple straddle if there's an action player that's going to put in a big straddle. If I'm with players who maybe are going to make mistakes playing short. Like, and you've seen it on stream. I've been in that spot, and we've seen somebody fold ace-queen to a single raise. Don't do that when you're playing 10 bigs deep.
Ace, queen,
What
or
a hand.
pocket nines.
Yeah,
Yeah.
don't fold those hands. Get those in.
All right, flop him dead.
Yeah, over the long run, that's a very profitable play.
Is the game end after the stream or?
No, we can play.
Four
We usually
ways
turn it
here.
into a 5-5.
And we get a couple of diamonds. I do believe we have a diamond draw for King Kaya, as well as a gut shot.
And he's not going anywhere. Aaron's got the back door.
Nobody else
And
with
nothing-
anything to speak of.
Yeah.
35.
5 on the
Just
turn.
checks.
Does not change anything. And Kaya gonna fire again and get the fold this time.
Yeah, well, it was kind of a semi bluff.
No, he had the best hand, queen high. He wasn't bluffing.
Suited, straight draw.
Shadow 22 suggesting that King Kaya is actually King of Houston because that is the airport code for Houston, IAH.
Well, I think he lives in Colleen or somewhere up there.
I've never met him.
I
don't
played with
think
him a
I've
few
met him.
times. I played a tournament with him as well.
No name?
And Colleen would be nowhere near Houston for those of you who are not familiar with Texas geography. Colleen would be about an hour north of here, maybe 45 minutes north of here, whereas Houston would be about 2.5 hours southeast of here, if you're driving.
Holy crap, I got a hand. I call.
Double straddle is on again. It looks like J-Stack just calls the straddle. That King 10 offsuit for J-Stack looks like aces to him.
It pretty much is, and King Kaya coming along.
You see a raise now.
Already.
That figure had made it 75.
That bet's a little small. He's not going to get anybody to fold for that, especially when one person calls. The
Remember that time
other player's going to call as well. The pot's just.
Or when I four bet.
I do like the king or the queen jack suited. He picks up a gut shot there for Kyle.
Lots of action here. Queen with the open ender and the spade draw. And the most equity here, even if not the best made hands.
Queen's definitely favored. He should have. I would like to see a bet from him at that point.
And he gets there. He has a straight and he has a flush. And
a
he
straight
has
flush
and he has a redraw. He does have the 5 of spades available to give him the straight flush.
The 10 of spades is already.
Yeah, 10 of spades is spoken for.
How not to play, but still
Faker
somehow
with the
win.
jack high spade draw.
In a nutshell.
And Quinn leading out for 180. J-Stack is calling with that top pair plus emergency 10 of spades. And the river does not improve J-Stack's cause.
Wouldn't be hard.
See how big Quinn goes here. Goes for the overbet. Makes it 1,000. And this would be J-Stack's entire stack to call. He's only got 638 per the graphics.
I mean, does this look like a bluff at this point?
Doesn't feel like it.
I mean, I just go back to what was your plan there? What were you trying to accomplish?
Yeah. J-Stack does fold.
J-Stack's ever going to call?
From who?
One thing I've learned is people don't typically bluff me just because I call everything.
So Quinn gonna collect another
If they are
pretty
gonna
substantial
bluff,
pot.
bet 1,000.
He's had himself a good night.
Don't know you.
Everybody knows.
Oh.
We've got our White Bull 300. I see over 400 of you watching.
You know,
There's more than enough people to hit this like goal if we just all hit that like button. Would be very much appreciated.
Bro, when I walk into the lodge,
We
And
must
if
have
you
a
wanna-
deal on the straddles because everybody has straddled so far, but this is just a single straddle.
Yeah, I don't think Chubbs has put the 20 on. I think he's maybe looking to get some cards before he starts putting some money into the game. We see he would have just had the 9 triz. What's really tilting is when you forget the straddle and then you get a good hand under the gun. And
I've been that person before.
yeah, like you get ace king, it's like, damn it, I could have won so much more money.
And had position before the flop.
Yeah. I don't want to raise, call. I want to be re-raising.
It looks like a squeeze so many times because you often see that squeeze from the straddle.
Heads up to the flop. J-Stack has a heart draw. We don't know what King Kaya has.
No. Queen 7.
7 of clubs does give J-Stack second pair.
He's going to
Does
bet that.
He gets called very quickly. And he gets his hearts.
But
and the
it's
board does
paired.
pair. But I don't think King Kaya has filled because I think we would have heard from him already.
Pocket sixes would definitely have bet that with the flush draw.
Queen 7, I got Queen 7. Queen 10.
They would have raised the turn when the second one came. It looks like he had Queen 10,
10.
maybe clubs.
Where's the
Like
club?
perhaps it was a turns club draw. In any case, he does fold.
But yeah, the best way, go to YouTube,
Good to see J-Stack scooping a pot there.
and then there will be under the video. And anything with a couple of days notice for this game will pretty
J-Stack definitely brings the action.
He does.
This game is 2-5 as well.
We got a couple of action players at this table. So.
Yeah, no, it goes.
Yeah, I mean, King Kaya has definitely given us some action.
Doug as well. Doug is not afraid to play
Also, this game will
or bet any 2 cards.
5-5 on cam after the stream. Some people will there might be a spot for you there. So if you want to stick around.
Shroud for 10. Fold. Fold.
We don't see any hands at the moment.
Raise to 30.
Sure, the graphics will get caught up in just a second.
Wow, J-Stack folded ace-9 off.
Faker has made it 30 with the King-Jack offsuit.
Kind of a smallish bet there. And he's going to get raised.
20.
Doug's made it 120. Graphics are still figuring their thing out.
Fold. And fold.
Button is all
Doug
right.
wins a small pot there.
He had King Queen, he had Faker pipped.
Thank you. 120.
Have you ever seen Faker's face? I think
A couple of times.
I've played with him several times. I've actually never seen him. He's always worn the mask and the hoodie.
Yeah, definitely fitting some stereotypes about poker players. Like
I know,
hoodie
I,
and the
um,
backpack.
Used it up though.
I was
right?
playing the other
Sunglasses.
day and I had the
Fucker
headphones,
up.
sunglasses, and hoodie on,
So
Yeah.
and I was being made fun of, and I wasn't trying to look like I just wanted to listen to music.
I don't know,
It was cold,
Yeah.
so
Showbit wondering why you're back here and not playing on the table out there. Because you know what, we wanted to. Well, he was interested. Like you were interested, right? And
yeah, I wanted to
I
come
was-
back here and see the operation.
I was interested in having you in here, and we made it happen.
Win in that pot, but like it wasn't like I could have actually done it.
I felt like when I was on this stream, everybody knew how I
could go
played.
into my video
Yeah.
game inventory and pull out my one time and cast it and be like, oh.
And it's definitely a risk. People may see some things, but they're seeing you in a particular spot. As we see Optimize with bottom pair, the best hand that we know about.
If that was my one and only in
Some
my
back
entire
doors
life,
out
then
there.
no, because 700 would have fucked up my pot.
And apparently we've skipped straight to
Well,
the
went
river.
straight. I was gonna say optimize like that king,
Well,
making
then
it
I would have
less likely that anybody else has a king. But
used it every time.
And 10-5 is the winner here.
Do a lot of the time.
Optimize, scoops
Move
a
up
small
in
pot
stakes
there.
real quick, dude. One time.
You just play every hand and just like,
He's got to like his outcome so far.
Now, Fair Pattern Aquariums, what I said was King Queen had Faker pipped. P-I-P-P-E-T.
I mean, you posed this question
So,
before, like,
King
what if
Queen
you could
versus
just
King
get dealt
Jack.
pocket aces every hand,
Like
right?
if it would be like if the face cards had pips instead of faces, like it would be one more pip. Like King 10 versus King 9. Like we would say King 10 has him pipped.
Was that King Jack suited?
No,
Okay.
was
That's-
not.
I thought they retire and then play
King Jack is tough to play sometimes, especially when you're under the gun. You don't want to really limp.
King Jack offsuit is just going in the muck from early position.
Early position, King Jack, King 10, unless it's suited, it's typically a muck there for me. Now, if you're like, you know, the button, that's a raise all day long.
For sure, and we see Aaron raising with ace-7 of hearts. RTV striker calling with a mystery hand. Quinn with some small hearts. And J Stack with the 3 deuce.
J-Stack feeling ambitious.
I apologize if I win this.
It'll be sneaky if he hits.
He does not. 9-8-6, couple of diamonds. We'll give Quinn the tail ends of the gut shot. We'll give Aaron the open ender. Diamonds come in with the queen on the turn.
Still don't know what striker has.
Nobody that we know of has a diamond or a queen.
I see a $25 chip out from J-Stack.
And then striker has made it 75. I assume he's connected here.
Yeah, you haven't really seen striker in a lot of pots or betting, so if he's leading out this way,
I'm gonna give him some credit.
of course he doesn't know that J-Stack has 2-3.
Yeah, and whatever he had, it was good enough. Yumi Senpai, thanks for the subscription on YouTube. Definitely hit subscribe if you have not already. You can turn those notifications on. Find out every time we're on the air. We're on the air from Austin every Monday and Thursday, 6 o'clock Central Time. Monday, the 510 no limit hold'em, sometimes 510-25, and then 2-5 on Thursdays, as you're watching right now. Out in Dallas, they're on every Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. Tuesday's the big game, the 10-25-50. The Wednesday is usually 5-5-10. Saturday's the tournament final table, and we've got a special show this Sunday. We do have a next-gen poker show in Dallas on Sunday evening. Be sure to tune in for that one.
Have you played against the next gen guys?
There was a meetup game that was happening with some other vloggers here once, and I was just randomly at a table with one of them. That's as much as I've played with any of them.
I played with them on their first stream here a year ago, a little over a year ago.
We see trips for Faker, we see diamonds for J-Stack.
J-Stack's not going anywhere, and we see, is that Quinn just leading out right there?
That was Quinn. That was no. We're looking at pre-flop on the graphics. They haven't scanned the flop yet. There was an open from Quinn and a couple of calls, and now it has checked to Quinn, who continues for 110 without a whole lot. J-Stack just flatting. Faker
Yeah, but 52 is right across the street.
putting in the raise to 450,
They show up to try to play cash.
and the money's gone in here because J-Stack didn't have much beyond that money-wise. And J-Stack gets there, and then he gets there again. So J-Stack gonna get the double.
J-Stack's just looking to get his money in on any draw right there. It's got to be a bad feeling having trips in that spot and doubling up your opponent. I think we've all been there on both sides.
Yeah. Not all that enthusiastic about the kicker either.
I wouldn't be either. Not with
No,
an
I
all
have
in.
to.
Faker had to like to see that J-Stack was just on the diamond draw.
I see Squirrel in the chat preaching to the converted. You got a spare minute to learn about TCH. Did you know TCH paid for your sins? Here's a book that tells the story of TCH. It pleases TCH when you spread its word. Join us.
C5's only 1,000.
Of course, everyone here is already watching TCH Live. We see Quinn and Optimize the big winners so far. Doug, J-Stack, and Aaron, though, still have lots and lots of time to dig out of the hole, as we're not even halfway through yet.
And they have, looks like they have plenty of chips in front of them.
They sure do. Only takes one big pot to be unstuck, especially in a game playing this deep.
We're out of 20.
Aaron with 8-9 off. Definitely not going to play that hand out of position. We have just a call from Quinn.
Raise 200.
Pocket sixes for striker, and it looks like he raised. I like that raise.
And he's going to run smack into the ace-king of Chubbs, who finally wakes up with a hand. Ace-king of spades, making it 260.
Definitely from Chubbs, that raise definitely shows strength.
King Kai with the baby suited ace. RGB striker, not set mining, not having the right price. We don't know what Quinn has. Likes it enough to call. And
Maybe some suited connectors or ace-queen.
maybe heads up. Jack 9-7, Chubbs flopping the nut spade draw.
Chubb's got to like that flop. I would continuation bet here if I were him.
Absolutely. This is a hand that we don't have to fold if we get resistance.
Bet 200.
Yeah, you're just drawing to the nuts there.
Yeah, and you also have two overs that'll be good sometimes. You're never going to be drawing dead. Graphics getting caught up. We see that Chubbs has been check raised by Quinn. I wonder if this is a set for Quinn.
This is for me, this would probably be just an all-in. I know it's for, Chubbs has 2K in front of him. I don't know if he wants to risk that much on a nut draw, but typically you just get the money in at this point. You have a nut draw. You have backdoor straight up possibilities as well.
If you flat, it is about 3/4 pot behind.
And then
He does
just
jam.
all in.
He does jam. So the action had gone 200 by Chubbs and then 720 by K-Win on the check raise. And now we see Chubbs jamming a total of 2,200.
This is great. This is such a good bet. I think with Quinn, he has a lot of chips behind him. He could find a fold if he thinks he's behind.
He faded the snap call. So not
He
a
doesn't have
set.
pocket jacks.
It's not a set. This is probably either Queen 10 or spades or both.
It's a straight draw, or maybe, I don't think it's two pair either. He wouldn't have called pre-flop. I can see pocket sevens,
And I think
maybe.
I think a set has already called by now. Two pairs probably called by now if he ever somehow had like Jack 9 of diamonds.
Does he want to risk another 60% of his stack, a little over 60%? And he looks like he does. Looks like we'll find out what he has.
And Chubb's going to turn over
Chubb
the
does
ace king
not
of
like that
spades.
call.
I'm guessing this is worse spades.
Did they say they're going to run it twice, or?
We'll find out. Gut shot now to go along with the ace king, which bricks on the one run out. He drops the deck. It's 10-9 of clubs, which was a flopped middle pair plus draw.
With a
And
gut shot.
and he held. That's quite the call to call it off with middle pair there. Middle pair plus gut shot.
I mean, that's
But you know what? You're beating spades.
He's gambling at that point. Yeah, he must have really put him on.
Yeah, this is where
ace
you look at
king.
the guy and say, I put you on ace king, man. How many times have you heard that?
I have. Hey, that was a great call. That was a great
Checks
call.
to live stream, please.
The check raise. Was
Yeah,
also a great
that's,
move.
yeah, that was very brave, and
It's probably something I wouldn't do, but
yeah. Like middle pair, I'm more likely to just call because like if I get resistance, it's usually from a better hand. And I mean, we didn't have the equities up, but I imagine it's actually pretty close equity-wise because
he's got the overs
yeah, you had
in a flush.
like he had what 6 plus 9, that's like 15 outs, right?
For almost
And
40%.
he had 15 outs, which is a lot of outs.
I would if he just calls. Yeah, that's a tough call. You got to give him credit to check raise that on the flop.
Yeah, that was really quite the move there, and
Ultimate last.
Wayne wins himself another huge pot.
They play it.
So much power, man.
Yeah, they pay sense on it.
Yeah. That's what we do. Ultimate. No matter
I do
what
think
you
Chubbs made the right play.
Unless somebody straddles
Gave
over.
him every opportunity to to take that pot. So
As I said up front, this is a flop where we're not folding that hand, and he did not fold that hand, and
for a minute, I thought he was going
work
to.
out.
Ships to live stream.
It just didn't work out for him. This is the right call. Straddle still going on. Aaron not letting anybody down with the double straddle.
Nope.
Raise 75. Full, full.
Double it down, I can't play.
Yeah, by my quick math, that was a coin flip when they had gotten it in on the flop. You see J Stack with some 9s, raise and take it.
My man, you can't have your phone at the table. You gotta step back.
He was saying, like, nobody remembers him anymore. It's been so long since he's been here. I was like, well,
All right, Doug showing off his chip tricks.
We see Quinn up $4,600. A massive, not even 2 hours of 2.5.
he went on shutdown.
How many times are you going to say you won 4K in 2 hours of 2.5?
Hardly any.
And there wasn't even a bomb pot involved.
I mean, I've won 4K over the session, 4
Yeah.
hours. That's some serious run good for him. He's just been in
Ships
the
on
right
live
place at the
stream.
right time.
Like any time I've had that sort of a profit, it was either a bomb pot that I scooped, like when we do the double boards off stream.
Like after the stream, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Or it was a friend of ours who put in a giant straddle and I won an all in. Like those are the two paths to doing that, and we see Optimize having a turn at the ace king now, the offsuit
he's got a
variety.
premium. Faker calls.
As does
He just
King
raised
Kaya.
to 30 from a $10 straddle. It's a little small. Hard to see him make it 60.
To it at 6:15.
But nonetheless, he
7-4.
flops top pair, top
What
kicker.
took you so long to respond?
Yeah, he's got plenty of this.
Ships
Yeah,
live stream.
like at some point, it's like, how big do I have to go to get a heads up? Like at 1-2, like I've had to make it 70 sometimes to get it heads up.
Usually it's like 6x from whatever it is, right? So $5, it would be 30. So, but with the $10, $60 to $70.
I mean, what
King
am I
Kaya
gonna say?
choosing to peel here,
Like, is there a different response to that question ever?
Oh, busy.
I'd like to
and
see a check from Optimize and do
That-
some sort of bet.
that 5 of diamonds would have been nice for the suited ace wheel that we saw go in the muck. And that would have been about the
That suited ace
gin
has some
turn card.
backdoor equity with the straight, the flush draw. But
Instead, we have Optimize making it 125. And
now, King Kai's been playing with these guys for 2 hours now, and he hasn't really seen Optimize play, get out of line at all. So
does make the folds.
no surprise here. J-Stack leads the way with aggression, followed by Quinn.
Then Aaron. So, anyone else out there disappointed with the loss of opening day from Major League Baseball?
You know, I am not a baseball fan.
Yeah?
I'm a football fan, a diehard. I'm not going to say what team it is because it's not very popular around here.
But I'm also fine with it.
Ah. Some team maybe in the same division.
Yes. So all I can say is go Cowboys.
It's okay. We're in Austin.
Actually, I am an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
So love my Eagles. And there are actually a lot of Eagles fans here in Austin that I've seen.
Yeah. Let me see. Doug with some Cowboys. Making it 80 with those pocket kings. King Kaya, gonna call. I think that's all the kings accounted for.
With the suited queen. Again, he made a 4x of the straddle.
The mandatory ace on the flop when you have kings.
Always see the ace when you have kings.
King Kaya does have a gut shot and backdoor diamonds.
Now, if King Kai would have bet that, would you have called with your kings?
On the flop, I got to call once.
Got to call once, yeah.
90's a bet.
And King Kai going to check call with the gut shot.
Once again, very, very ambitious. Wants to spike a 10.
Does not spike a 10. Still
Is he going to
searching for
lead
a 10.
out here?
Graphic says he checked.
Oh, okay.
Check, check. That's not always right, though.
Not-
Sometimes it's
Oh,
wrong. He spikes the 10.
he spikes the 10. I don't think he's going to get much, though, with that ace out there. It's a smaller size bet. That screams trying to get value from just a one pair, but I think Doug's going to sniff this out. He doesn't beat an ace. Well, no,
120, but it's King Kaya. Gonna get shown the bad news. Yeah, so despite being from New York, I don't cheer for any of the New York football teams. Like, I'm a Bronco fan first and foremost.
that's right. I've seen you in some Bronco gear. You think you guys got a chance to get Aaron Rodgers?
There's a chance. We're one of the few teams that can afford him.
I would love to see Aaron Rodgers go to the AFC, so it takes him out of the NFC.
Yeah, and I think the coaching hire was definitely a way to try and get him. Yeah. I think we do have a deck change happening here.
Three great wide receivers also in Denver.
Yeah, I'm annoyed that the baseball thing has gone the way it has. Like, believe it or not, it's been a long time since they've lost any games. Like, not since '95. Here we are losing regular season games. And my Mets were supposed to host the Washington opening day. I'm sure we would have seen their newly acquired Max Scherzer on the mound. And, yeah, guess we got to wait for that. And hopefully they get their stuff together.
I think they will. I mean,
Eventually.
they're losing so much money.
Like, lesson learned, like, if you're going to lock the players out, maybe don't wait a month and a half to start negotiating afterwards. Just saying. But yeah, that sport's got to get its stuff together because they will slide into irrelevance.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm a big football fan, and everybody probably knows that the combine is right now.
Yep, like, the NFL is always in the news.
So I think today was tight ends.
And 45 from J-Stack with the King Queen. J-Stack getting mad respect. And it's going to be dominated by Quinn's Ace King, who once again opts to just trap with a call. And will get outflopped by J-Stack. J-Stack with top pair, Quinn with the gut shot.
This is definitely a call. You underrep the strength of your hand, although I would prefer in position to see a raise.
And he gets there, though. No biggie.
But the
He
flush
gets
also
there.
gets there.
And he does have the redraw with the
He's got the
open-ended.
second nut flush.
And he can make the straight flush.
Now this is where you just call. Here, I prefer that, but I think he's going to raise. Looks like he's got some raising chips.
J-Stack does pick up the open-ender.
J-Stack's
He does. Calls that $360 raise.
J-Stack's very sticky.
We go to the river. J-Stack needs an ace that's not a spade, does not get it. He makes trips, and I think he's going to be on the hook for a bunch more here. Maybe even all of it.
He may even lead out to see if he's ahead. If he gets raised,
It
he
is
leads out.
it is Quinn who's first to act. It goes check, check. Wow.
Quinn was definitely afraid of a boat there.
Both certainly possible. So that queen actually killing the action.
You often see when you have the nuts on the turn, somehow there's a paired board. Players will often check position.
Yeah.
Because they're afraid that they do miss some value there. It is so hard to get a boat. So hard to get a pair.
Yeah.
But a boat is just impossible.
Quite hard. Bam Bam wondering any good action yet? Yes, definitely yes. And
We've had a few all-ins.
Yeah, you can. I mean, we have a player who's up. Well, now he's got to be up damn near 5,000 after that last hand. And we're not even 2 hours into the show, so you can definitely go back and watch this in the archives anytime on YouTube. TCH Live Poker on YouTube, and this is definitely worth watching again.
It's been a really fun stream. Lots of different types of players, lots of aggression.
And lots of hands that have just given us action. And I think we have more action happening here. We have Aaron squeezing from the button with the queen jack of spades.
That is such good sizing right there. He 5x'd it. If he gets a call, that's going to be information for Aaron. Although it looks like King Kai is going to make the call. That's a
Very
out of
ambitious.
position. That's a tough.
But hey, he's got an ace. That's the biggest card in the deck.
He's actually ahead, so.
Very true. He does have the best hands. But can he withstand the pressure from Aaron, who continues for 100? Goes pretty small.
You know, Aaron often does this smaller bet. He'll raise, and then he'll either do the same bet or smaller. Whether he has a hand or not, it's pretty deceptive.
And whatever King Kai is going to fold is going to have plenty of equity. Like he did have 6 outs that he just folded.
Although that was more, that board was more King Kai.
It was.
His board. For $100, you could peel it off one time, thinking maybe your ace is good.
And we do have confirmation from that graphic. Win up over $5,000 in about 2 hours' time. Incredible. See how much further he spins it up.
I wonder how he's going to play now. Does he want to keep that profit, or does he want to like put it in play?
I think his chips are action. I mean, we saw him hero with middle pair.
That is true. I think that answers that question. No, I haven't seen any drinking going on. No shots today.
Yeah, this game's surprisingly sober. But it does keep our table dry.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, does he just call? Yeah, he just called from 9-8.
Hi, they're right there.
Another premium pair for optimize.
Pocket queens.
I like the sizing there. 125. King Kai never wanted to shy away from a call.
Definitely not. And
Chubbs is also
Chubbs
there.
makes the call. 876.
Wow, that's that
Something
is a
for everyone.
Flop. That is a flop. We have top pair for King Kai. Chubbs is on the open-ender.
Chubbs
We have-
and King Kai both with the open ender, the same one.
and then optimize with the overpair.
And Chubbs is going to lead out for $200. Optimize going nowhere with that overpair.
I actually like that bet from Chubbs. He is open-ended, and he is really targeting an overpair. Hopefully he wants to spike it. King Kai again, King Kai should call here. He improved on the free bet from pre-flop.
Would hate to see a diamond now. Everyone's going to hate to see that king.
Except for
Chubbs, who does have top pair.
Top pair with the gut shot. He should bet here. If he just checks, it's going to check around.
All in.
And Chubbs is going to go ahead and jam the 1200, which is a little over pot. Optimized downgraded to second pair.
I really would have liked to see it bet around 250 to 300. Because
and gets the King Kaya. He's got a pair. He's got an open ender. What do you think he does?
this is, if it was just on the flop, I'd say call, but with just one card coming, he's just not getting the right pot odds there, and
And what he doesn't know is that actually he's drawing to chop. He's not even drawing to scoop the pot, as Chubbs also has a 9.
And Chubbs could already be there with 9-10. It's just a fold right here. He's probably figuring out the odds and stuff like that.
I gotta let this go.
Although he does have second pair now. I mean, he's got to be asking himself, does Chubbs do this with some sort of flush draw, straight draw combo? The answer would be no.
Yeah. Doesn't seem that way tonight. He is reaching for some chips. I think maybe he's counting out what this would look like, what he'd have left if this didn't work out.
This is only 30% of his stack.
And, you know, maybe he's still got some money in his wallet.
Only an 8 would help him.
An 8 would win it. A 10 or a 5 would chop it.
He did see Chubbs go all in with a flush draw earlier. I'm sure he's not thinking that. Chubbs is not liking how long this is taking. He can't, he just has one pair at this point. Doesn't like his kicker.
He did at least fade the snap call.
Well,
Like, that's always the first hurdle. He could just as easily say, get wrecked and turn over the 10-9.
well, King Kai does have calling chips right there. I wonder if he's going to pull the trigger. Looks like we have some conversation going on, but Chubbs is not moving.
I'll fold.
He does fold.
Some relief there from Chubbs.
Then he turns over the 9-8 and sees, well, actually, I wouldn't have minded a call.
At that point, no. He only loses to 2 8s left.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys. Here's next to you.
I feel like in that point with Chubbs, he was dominating almost every hand. I would like to see a smaller bet, maybe around the 400, 450, something like that.
I wonder if he was trying to protect against the 2 flush draws that were out there.
That is another possibility, but you can't be really scared of that.
Yeah.
Trying to, especially when you're stuck. I think if there were nut flush draws, they would probably call. Anyway,
We get a dealer change here. We're going to have another $25 PLO bomb pot in just a moment.
which I think all players love. Don't you like the bomb pots?
I like those bomb pots. I like them better with 2 boards. We can't do those on the stream, unfortunately. I'm sure they'll be doing the double board just as soon as we're done here tonight. Watching TCH Live, 2-5 Nolan Holden from Austin, Texas. I'm William Lahti, a.k.a. the New York Net. I've got Dante alongside me, and I've got Kristen pressing the buttons on the other side right now. Did have Seth in here earlier.
It's been a really good stream tonight. Lots of action, some big stacks now brewing up.
It's been incredible. It's been one of the best Thursdays in a while. Now, how do we follow this up? We still have 2 more hours.
Well, hopefully we get a couple more double ups and we get these stacks above 5K, which
Yeah.
I think Quinn already does.
Quinn's already passed
He's
that.
already at 5K, so that's an
I mean-
opportunity for everybody to match that if they want.
I mean, and none of that was even bomb pots. Like, we haven't even had any 4-figure bomb pots.
And here at TCH, if you play the cash games here, we have a bomb pot every orbit, plus we have a dealer change bomb pot. So you have 2 bomb pots in 25 minutes, something
Yeah.
like that.
We got Queen 10-3 Rainbow. We see Chubbs and Optimize both with a 10. We see J-Stack with a Queen. Don't see any real draws yet.
Well, we have a set from King Kai.
Bottom set for King Kai.
That's always a scary thing, having bottom set in a bomb pot.
Oh, yeah. See a bunch of 1 pairs full to King Kai's bet of 120. I think he just gets this through. We're going to have another anticlimactic bomb pot.
That was a little
Show us,
disappointing. Let's do another one.
Yeah, they ought to. There ought to be a rule.
These are very passive bomb pots, and mostly they are passive on the stream. If you're playing them off the stream, it's quite different because you have 2 boards. It's just
Oh,
the
definitely.
variance is so much.
It changes the dynamics for sure when you have a split pot game where maybe you have a one-way hand and you're trying to get people off the other half, or maybe you've got a scoop hand and you're trying to milk some value.
50 milliliters.
Yeah, Straddle, we do get some PLO Hold'em rounds and rounds going sometimes. You don't really see a lot of 08 around here outside of the mixed game where you'll play it as limit.
I'm playing a lot of Big O tournaments
Yeah.
and cash stream Big O.
5-card pot limit Omaha, 8 or better for those of you who don't
Track
know.
of how much I've had to drink.
No, I was just
That is a lot of fun.
saying like it's a long way to take a shot.
I just draw to the nuts in that game.
3.25.
I generally try to play to it, but the
I would drink.
board texture changes so much when on the turn and river. It's
And your woe gets counterfeit way too often.
We have a bachelor party like a week and a half when we're like.
okay. We have a couple of marginal hands in there, and Chubbs wakes up with 9s, and I think he just calls. That was an opportunity to kind of
So you're gonna
Squeeze
hold
out
off
a few
and then you're
players
gonna
there.
go in.
with a raise.
Don't hurt yourself.
He's deciding forever set line.
You're gonna be like, yeah, let's go, and then you're just
Has this
gonna
J stack.
the fucking bushes.
And King Kai has an ace. So,
Let's see an action flop. 9-2 ace.
okay. There's an
There's
ace.
an ace.
Nobody with a set.
Oh, straight flop.
10 and a 5 does give Striker a middle pair.
That's what I was saying earlier. Chubbs would have made a nice bet there, kind of squeeze play. I don't think that A7 would call.
Diligent.
Although it is King Kai.
He might. He's
King
been
Kai might
calling a
call.
lot.
Let's get kicked out.
But then he's throwing the 3 outs with his
Never
garbage
something that I
ace.
go for.
And that's not the worst outcome either. We see King Kai. No, I think okay, King Kai made it 65. That did happen. And Striker made it 150. Holding middle pair. Did decide to go for the raise. Gets called by King Kai, who has top pair, which for him is the nuts.
It is. And Striker's raise was small. So
We see that magical 8 of spades, which does not actually do any magic.
no draws out there for either player. And King Kai is not afraid of that raise earlier.
And
on the
never
flop.
mind, he just got raised. He's going to lead into the razor
It's such
on
a small bet.
on a card that doesn't change anything either.
I think that's more of a blocker bet to see where he's going. If he just gets called there, he's got to think he's good. If he gets raised again, it's a fold, even though we can see he's ahead.
He goes for the raise again.
That is great. That is great.
Like, buddy, didn't you just hear me the last time?
Well, Striker's got outs. He
Yeah.
can get 2 pair or trips.
He
That's
does
it.
have those options.
He's
and,
got to put King Kai on an ace, right?
Maybe.
Call, check.
And he's been pretty light. I don't know how many of these hands these guys are aware of, so the stream will usually not be playing on a TV directly near the table, but I get on one of the other TVs in the room probably, and you can get up and go see it.
I haven't seen him get up at all, and he does call. He does not believe his story.
And the 8's going to pair on the end, and Striker has half pot behind. I don't know if a jam is going to get through.
Yeah.
I don't think King Kai is the type to fold top pair.
It looks like he just gives up.
Check, check, and King Kai are going to win.
Nice little pot there. King Kai cannot be bluffed tonight.
Thanks for the sub, Ravi Kiran. Great to have you here. Look at these winnings real quick. Only 3 winners so far.
Big winners,
chips, all the chips have been going to seat 1, it seems.
Optimize has won a few hands. I think every hand he's played, outside of those queens, he's taken it down. So.
And he hasn't lost any really giant pots.
I mean, he's playing his position. His bet sizing has been really good.
I'll usually like there you guys can like how often we switch up.
King Kai still stacking his chips. Yeah, it's tough to bluff King Kai, and it's tough to bluff J-Stack. They fight for every pot, and I mean, sometimes you can get paid with that, but
We took like 5 months.
you've got to know what your opponent and how their tendencies are.
Hot over here, no big dude.
I thought it was me after that 5, but
Chubb's folding to 6-3. He aces to J-Stack. Optimize raising with 9-8 off.
And does not even get through 1 player. J-Stack with a suited ace. Faker with a mystery hand in that 3rd blind.
he's a little guy, man, so
There's a club.
he has to like kind of tiptoe and get the dice. Like,
Backdoor equity there for J-Stack. Optimize hitting top pair.
And he's putting like 2,000 at the time.
Certainly continuing here.
Every time like he does it, 7 hours. And he's just there like he's not.
J-Stack on the float.
And it's like it's kind of empty.
Faker not.
Let's see club
Fucking
here.
AC don't work in here or what?
And never mind that graphic.
Oh, I thought it
But
was.
he was so heated that bro,
So I gives J-Stack a lot of equity,
Wow.
so he's not going
Well,
anywhere.
that's okay. So that's actually the king of clubs. Yeah, there was a misscan. There was a misscan of the board where,
Still a club, though, right?
yeah, it's the king of
Yes.
clubs.
Okay.
Okay, the turn is the king of clubs, and we have a quick bet and a call of $100. 8 of spades on the river, so optimize now with trips. Again, this graphic is wrong. I think a burn card probably got scanned erroneously. That happens sometimes.
That does happen when the cards fly across the reader there. Here's the optimizer does.
Optimize going full pot.
And that's very polarizing. It's
J-Stack has nothing though.
maybe J-Stack if he checks, maybe J-Stack goes for it. Just call. Again, when we talk about player types, when optimizer bets there, he has it.
Like hand raise. So I didn't put him on a big ace. I put him like kings and didn't want an ace to bet him off. Queens.
Of course, the next time I see optimize, he will challenge me on that.
He's going to bluff you out of your seat
He's
the
gonna
next
bluff
time.
me.
Can we get the AC turned down a little bit here? Thank you.
Yeah. Show the ace.
Not seeing a straddle right now. That would be on Doug.
flop 2 pair. And then when you call the
Kai has an opportunity for a double straddle. He chooses. Check your cards, double straddle.
you got a green in the front.
Too late. But you know what? I'm sure he's going to call anyway. He's got 2 pointy cards. He's got 2 pointy cards. He's got an ace and a 4. They're both pointy. They don't quite point the same way.
Oh, you said what you had? Oh, did the king hit you?
Optimize with a better ace.
I didn't want to be up red though. You could have the same. I mean, you got the same hand, or you could have made the already flopped it.
See, sixes.
Make it just
Big
fold.
raise.
No, he just folded.
He folded the sixes.
He folded the sixes. We saw somebody fold fives as well.
The sixes, I like to float just to see if we can see it. I understand being out of position. No, he looks like he called. He called the sixes.
Queen Jack 5. Okay, he did call. Yeah, the graphic had that wrong initially. But it's been corrected. We get an 8 of hearts on the turn.
And his sixes are good right now.
Everyone's checking, and sixes are still good.
Can't feel very good about your sixes. Though.
See if anybody stabs at this. Doesn't it? Looks like we had a $50 bet from King Kaya, and got it through.
Worse.
Straddle,
Quinn has 7,000.
and that's incredible. That's quite the stack.
Running high.
Straddle, not hating, but man, one of you commentators are woo goddamn just saying. I don't know what that means.
It's probably me.
It's probably me. It's probably me.
What does it say?
That was the direct quote. Quote, one of you commentators are woo.
What's a woo?
I don't know. What is a woo? Somebody please explain that to me. I'm not up on the latest lingo, apparently. Yeah. How can somebody be woo? I don't think that's an adjective.
Well, I know it's an acronym for winning others over, like in the business world.
Okay.
But
Okay,
I don't think
that's
what it
yeah. I'm not familiar with that particular acronym.
Please explain. Ooh, optimize with another premium card hand. Pocket tens. Doug's going to definitely call. I can also see Doug raising at this point. He's looking at his chip stack. Looks like he's just going to call. No.
Yeah, he's brave enough to wear that jacket. He's brave enough to put in a raise.
I thought he would raise.
Makes it
Doug can
240.
raise with any two cards on this board. So if you're optimized, you've got to know they've played together before. So I would love to see a 4-bet from him. That would take it down. Or he could just smooth call here in position against his opponent.
Now, I tend to go the latter route in these spots. Just play in position. If Doug does want to mess around, I'm going to give him every chance to. By 4-bet, 8-7 gets off the hook, and you see that we're smashing that hand. But if he has a better hand, we're going to hear from him. And I think Optimize is going to find this flop optimal. Bottom set.
I'm not sure what he's really afraid of. Maybe ace queen, but any other straight is not there. So
bottom set for Doug. Bottom set for Optimize. Gut shot for Doug. I can't talk. Words are hard, says Aaron would say.
I'd like to see a bet here.
Starting tomorrow, or did you
Something
play
around
yesterday?
225.
Yeah.
Although I don't think Doug would call. He would have to
Did your
check
partner
raise.
pump up the prize pool?
Doug's choosing not to see, but I think he's just going to wave the white flag.
Which is odd because that's his
Oh, yeah.
flop.
Well, we
It is.
That flop
Smash
more
it
than
here.
optimized does. But again, I think it's one of those where he knows.
Yeah, I'll be in the
he's not
streets
gonna
tomorrow.
call like
I'll
this.
see you over there.
Just watching, wondering what the min and max buy-ins are. I think the min for the 2-5 is 200. The max is initially 1,000. After the first hand, it has matched the stack. I think the biggest stack right now is in the neighborhood of $7,000. So anyone could just buy in for $7,000 if they so desired,
You gonna play the series this year too?
and try and play some big pots here.
Gonna be
So
different.
this game definitely escalates with that match the stack option available.
It escalates rather quickly. Our first 20 minutes, 15 minutes, we've had a few all-ins.
Can't be worse.
Definitely go back and watch that in our archives
Parking and everything.
after the show if you want to see all that action. I'm sure there's going to be some highlights made out of those hands as well. Quinn making it $40. J-Stack with queens is going to put in the re-raise. Makes it 155, it looks like. Don't know what queen's got yet.
That's good sizing by J-Stack.
About the way queen's running tonight, I mean, you should just fold now.
Well, I think J-Stack wants a little revenge.
See if he gets it.
So J-Stack does have position, it looks like. So he'll be last to act, last to bet if he chooses.
King Jack 6, not the best flop in the world for queens.
Don't let the one card scare you off, and he gets a little.
Let's continue. It is his flop.
I've been seeing these type of bets a lot, where you bet a certain amount and then you underbet. Your bet is lower on the flop.
And Quinn just letting that go.
We still don't know what he has.
We don't, and presumably not a whole lot. Take a moment to remind you of the promos we've got going here at TCH Austin. March promos are the same as the February promos, the big one being the quads of the day. Currently 2,100, I believe, and that's quad threes. 27, excuse me, 27. I undersold that. I remember it started with the 2. I saw the number when I walked in here 2 hours ago. And yeah, that's a hefty jackpot. Have pocket threes, get quad threes, and win a bunch of money. See TexasCardHouse.com for complete details there.
I've seen it happen on my table.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I've hit a quads promo on stream before.
Pocket nines.
Pocket nines, that's right. The pocket nine. That was the second time. There was another one with pocket tens.
I remember. I was on the table with you. I remember you hitting pocket nines.
I've had a choice because I was able to stack kings as well.
You said I can't remember what you said, but you like screamed to the floor.
I said high hands.
Oh yeah.
Like it was a high hands promo. It wasn't a quads promo, but same difference.
Yeah, I remember that. That was like a year ago.
Yeah, like that was actually the second time I hit one of those on the stream.
It's funny. Poker players remember hands from years ago, but they don't remember family's birthdays.
Yeah. We see trips for Quinn, so the run good continues there. I don't think he's going to get paid though. Does put out the 160-hour bet. RGB with just an ace and backdoor diamonds is going to go no further.
Again, I like to bet because his 10 is rather weak, so he finds out right away if he's ahead or not.
Quinn, Optimize, and King Kaya the winners so far. King Kaya has played a lot of hands, and it's working out to this point.
His VPIP's got to be 50%.
Video on Facebook the other day.
It's, I'm sure it's quite high.
Nothing quite like butt fumble. Good lord.
This sums up the Jets perfectly.
Their draft picks all the way down to just the full team performance. Like that is just an embodiment of the team.
And Anderson reminding me, like he was in the hands when I had the tens on stream, the quad tens. I remember, like somehow nobody else had anything. Like it was actually a pretty straighty board where, and there were overs. Like somebody could have had something. Nobody had it. I waited until the turn to put in the raise, but nobody had it because I was trying to get stacks in on the river, and I had to put in a raise to get stacks in on the river. And somehow nobody actually had it. There were two other players, and they were both just screwing around with like ace high.
Yeah, you're hoping for someone to hit that full house.
Yeah, it's like
I just remember you yelling, "High hand!"
Yep.
And I really think that there's
the answer for the VPIP, 45%.
Optimize up there with 29%.
Yeah, you get good cards and you get to play some hands.
Some big pairs.
Yeah, sometimes they keep you busy.
Oh, he was the coach. Yeah. Who was him?
Straddle on for 10.
Is he like a billion years old? Is he going to pass on and maybe give it?
I see the graphics showing it as a third blinds now. I wonder if it is a mandatory 10 now.
Yeah, I have not seen anybody not put that in.
Yeah, so I'm getting confirmation that is a mandatory 10. So it's a 3-blind game, 2, 5, 10, and then Can still straddle as usual.
Oh,
Think
thinking
of
a whole
the
bunch of
king jack offsuit, gonna get in there.
Very small. What do you think about his raising there, $30, 3x?
I'm usually just folding that hand pre. If I am going to get it heads up, I want to go a little bit bigger than $30. But hey, we're going to go heads up and shoves with the queen 5.
I think he's in position.
Decides to defend. He's out of position. He's in the third blind. Ace, ace 9. King jack will be the best hands, and we will check to turn, which is a jack. So Faker now with a pair.
And they're like, no, trust us. He's going to be the hottest guy ever. And then he's like,
And now the board's going to double pair. Faker figures he's going to be good here. He's going to go for some value, though. Presuming he would have heard from a better hand by then. Or even a 9, he probably would have heard from a 9. So he'll win a small one. Just watching, wondering where you can read the rules for the loyalty points. It pops up in the chat every now and then. The Streamlabs bot will put it up in the chat every now and then. You get points by participating in the chat. I think it's 1 point every 10 minutes that you chat something. You can also earn points by making a monetary contribution to the show in the form of a super chat. Press that little $sign at the bottom of your chat and follow the instructions and contribute to this program if you want. Not at all required. We do have some good people working on this show, though, and you want to support them, you can do that, and you'll get a bunch of loyalty points in exchange. We see King Kaya going for the raise this time with the ace-6 offsuit, the worst of aces.
Yes, ace-6 is not an ideal hand in that spot. He's feeling frisky.
Relays to the flop, queen 8-6, which will give him bottom pair, but queen will get top pair because queen is winning tonight.
And he's going to win this hand. River, and King Kai leads out. So he should continue better. He does not like that call.
Yeah, when you don't have it, you don't want to get called, especially by the guy who's running like God. Very uninspiring 3 of diamonds on the turn. We go check. I think Kai is done with this hand. Unless he makes aces up.
Now this is go for some value there.
Very quickly fires out. Graphics are not caught up. 155. This is actually the river, which is an ace of hearts that has not been picked up by the scanner. And queen will make the fold.
I think the way he bet that King Kai, but that he had it. He's very aggressive with his chips. It was a fast bet. I don't know how you kind of look at those live tells.
Yeah, that can be like a sign with some players, like, hey, I've got it. Thank you, Grant, for explaining some of the gamble rules to our new viewers. Yeah, you can gamble these points. Every now and then they run a raffle, and you can use the points to enter the raffle.
King Kai feeling frisky, wants to call. 7-5 off.
Hey, you just won a pot.
I think that's a mandatory rule, right? If you
Gotta
win
let
a
it
pot,
ride.
you got to play the next one.
Kill is on.
Aaron has not had any hands to play lately.
No.
Nobody.
Faker with a suited connector going to go for the squeeze.
Love that play. And he makes it huge, too. I mean, really big.
And there's a good chance this gets through, except King Kaya is not in a folding mood. 7-5 offsuit. Let's go.
I think Faker should. I typically advocate for large raises, but I think that was a little too big.
And you're going to get an avalanche of calls here. RGB Striker calls, J-Stack
Wow.
calls.
With these
4 ways to a
hands,
flop. No
7
card bigger than a jack. Only one hand is suited.
Well, let's get an action flop. That's a killer.
Ace 9-3. So Faker with middle pair. Actually, that's the best hand at the moment. And that is his flop, and he's going to continue for 225. I think he gets the job done this time.
He does. Everybody else just has a bunch of back doors, which you don't.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think Jack High is going to call. I don't think 10 High is going to call. And so Faker ends up actually winning a bunch of extra money with a raise that should have worked the first time.
He should have just won the dead money, but he didn't.
And Faker pulls himself into the green with that pot.
With 3 other players, no Faker goes ahead and leads out, hoping that nobody had an ace.
I think this is the one lineup where you can do that.
This is true.
Usually somebody has an ace.
No, I think they have a really good core.
Yeah, so for those of you unfamiliar with what a kill pot is, in limit games like horse games, for example, if somebody scoops a pot above a certain size, the next hand will be played at higher stakes, and they'll be required to put in some money up front, and that's called a kill pot.
Practicing triple every day.
And then you'll have some games with what's called a rock, where whoever wins has to put money in.
Dude's still a top 3 quarterback in terms of salary.
Played a game like that in Tulsa once.
I played a game like that in Vegas.
Yeah.
But we saw what happened to Le'Veon Bell, right? It's not like the Jets were like good, but he was
J-Stack pulls his 4-2
after
off.
you're right? He started
Tight
the year
pull
like
for him.
20
He really is.
RGB Striker opens with the Queen Jack, and Scott dug in the straddle call with an ace. Heads up to a flop. King 9-8. And so
Doug out flops him, but he does have a Striker does have a gut shot, and he's going to represent that king. Doug's not going anywhere.
that bottom pair.
Let's
go to a turn.
But I know that towards the end of the
And look at that, ace is up. And Striker's still with the cut shot. Now just the cut shot.
He's going to make sure that he has the 2 pair. He's trying to figure out now how to get more money out of him. Although that board is pretty connected.
Just going to flat here.
So he probably doesn't want to see a 10 or any Broadway card really makes
Or a club.
or a club.
But he would love to fill.
Doug can't believe his luck right there. He's hoping that he bets.
Please bluff. Pretty please.
Please, I'm on a flush draw.
He's not checked yet.
Striker knows he has to bet to win this pot. And we've already seen him do that once.
Doug's going to lead at it. Doug is going to lead at it, and he's going to get an instant muck because Striker doesn't have anything.
He's probably targeting some sort of King X hand there.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. He's putting him on a better hand than he actually has.
Or maybe another ace somehow. If
Ace Queen,
RGB ever backdoored into it. I'm not sure.
Clubs.
I'm going to assume this hand was scanned correctly. I don't know what Striker's thinking about with Queen High. He's going to fold.
Because he can't bluff. He doesn't have enough chips.
He's got to put on the show, at least.
Like, man, I had trips. I can't call.
Yeah.
Quinn is actually the leader in aggression. We've seen him raise a few times.
Yeah, we saw the check raise with the middle pair that ended up winning him a giant pot.
Like a $4,000 pot.
You want to aim higher, but it's like the last resort.
Okay, double straddle is on. Aaron's first to act.
Yeah, funny though how like I talk about what a kill pot is, and then we get the dead man's hands, aces and eights.
Aces and eights.
Funny how that works. Just saying. What else can I speak into existence tonight? A big win for Kristen. You know what? Kristen's going to win big.
I hope so.
Whenever the show's over, she's going to jump in the game and she's going to win big.
J-Stack gets a premium suited connection hand.
8-7 suited, the
Did he
best
just
hand for
call or
cracking
did he
aces. He
raise?
limped in, and King Kaya checks his option in this $20 straddle. Jack 9-3, J stack with a gut shot.
Gut shot, backdoor flush, and
Check,
not much
check. And now an open, no, actually a pair for J stack.
Still has the gut shot.
Gut shot for King Kaya.
That is true.
Kaya looking for an 8,
He's looking for him to get 2 pairs.
but will fold. So J stack gonna win a small one. I mean, I'm going to take credit for speaking the housewarming tournament into existence. The WSOP had announced their venue change a few months ago, and then I tweeted they should call their big $500 tournament the housewarming. And lo and behold, that's exactly what they're calling it.
What did they come up with days yet?
They came out with the schedule last week,
Oh, I gotta, okay.
and the first weekend they got the $500 shit show tournament, and this time
That's
it's
like
called
with
the housewarming.
20,000 players, right?
Yeah, a
It's usually-
bajillion players.
What are the dates?
Like it's the usual time slot, so it's like right after Memorial Day until the middle of July. And
Doing it a little earlier.
well, that's actually the normal time. Like the fall
last
was the
year.
exception. Last year was the
yeah.
fall, and that was because they were still dealing with virus stuff. But it's normally right after Memorial Day. It has been for a long time.
Well, I'm looking to play.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be playing some out there. Got to figure out just how much of the summer I'll spend out there. Hopefully, I can do a bunch.
You play a lot of those mixed games, though, as well.
Yeah, and a lot of my mixed tournaments are like sort of clustered in the first couple of weeks. But yeah, I can definitely be found playing mixed games. We go 3 ways to this flop. Chubb's out front with the ace-10 of hearts. And flops himself middle pair on this Jack 10 deuce board. But Optimize outflops him with the top pair. And King Kaya looking for a 9 with his gut shot straight draw.
I like the bet. The sizing is a little. I like to more see like half pot sizing there. And he knows that his opponents will call. King Kai will call. He's got any piece of this at all.
And when you're going to call white and go right ahead and do it, it's
Chubbs, the pre-flop aggressor chooses to lay it down for 150.
he figures one of them's got him beat. He just has middle pair. Somebody's got him beat.
He probably knows that Optimizer is not going to do that without top pair.
And the 7 of clubs does not change anything here. Optimize going to fire a second barrel. Makes it 200.
It's a very attractive price for the size of the pot. And he's just peeling off to 4 cards right now, less than 10%. Just going to go ahead and call that. The queen
See
also
if he can make
queen
it
does
happen.
not do anything for him, so he's specifically looking for that 9.
The queen's going to cost him a lot of money.
Oh, and there it is.
And
the
there it
queen.
is. Top 2 for Optimize. And King Kaya has
He's
just
got to be
rivered
feeling
top
good.
pair.
He improved to top pair. But now that puts several straights out there.
Well, 9-8 was already there.
9-8 was already there, so now.
So no
ace
new
king, but you can't
straights.
put him on ace king.
Yeah, Ace King does get there. Optimize makes it 500, but are you folding top pair when he just rivered it?
Not after you've called the first 2 bets and your hand improved.
Yeah, I mean, like, you didn't come this far to fold top
I mean,
pair.
500, the pot's 1.4. He's
You
got to
think he rips it?
He's got it. No.
Do you think he ever rips it?
Oh, I don't know. I would have said no, but it looks like he is. Or
He's
he's just
cutting out
counting his
chips.
chips.
He does cover Optimize. Optimize with about 1,500 behind his bet.
500 you said?
A jam would be for a little under pot. Now it looks like it's calling chips.
I don't think I would just call here. I mean, I think this is a fold. I mean, you could jam to see if you can get him off a better hand, but the way this hand played out and the player, yeah, he just calls who the player is.
And is going to see the bad news. He was behind the whole way. So Optimize going to win a pot of nearly $1,000.
That's why you don't play queen 8 off.
That's right. And our dealer will get this pot shipped over. Can't tell who that is. Who's in the box, Kristen? Derek. There we go. It's Derek.
Top of the pair.
Optimize stacking his chips. He's done well tonight so far.
And so far, we got another hour and a half to go. If you're enjoying this, be sure and hit like, hit subscribe. This has been a blast so far. Only 136 likes. We can do way better than that. We can do way better than that. There's almost 400 of you watching right now. If you haven't hit like yet, what can we do better to earn your like? Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, I need some new fucking cards.
Well, I went ahead and liked the show.
It's great that you like yourself. Hopefully we all like ourselves here.
Quinn still leads the way with the chips. He's got $7,000 in a 2-5 game. Well,
It was
2-5-10.
I could be like, oh, I'm
Yeah.
knocking the
Yeah,
4-3
2, 5, 10,
and the
but
new 3.
either way, still an incredible number for a couple hours work.
Oh yeah, you're the dirty
Optimize
Doug.
as pulled into second with chips after that nice pot earlier, or last night, 2 hands ago.
Christopher Leroy, are you happy?
Huh?
Skullbone, sorry to hear about your cat. Hopefully your cat recovers quickly from whatever is ailing it. And got a lot of chips out there. I believe we have a 2060 situation.
No, I think
we've
he
had a
raised
raise.
it.
Looks like we've had a raise and the graphics are behind.
It's kind of a small raise under the gun, effectively, right? Because
Yeah, you're effectively under the gun.
so
He's queen.
it's kind of small. But lucky for Chubbs, nobody really has anything.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Actually, I take that back.
No,
He's got 3
4-way
callers.
I didn't know how bad you
First
were.
time playing the
You don't have to have anything to play hands around here. But hey, guess who has something now? Guess who has something now? Chubbs has aces up.
This looks great
Top
for
2.
him. He's been felted once, so
Win with the open ender. King Kai with the middle pair. We don't know what J-Stack has. Whatever he has, he's folding.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Decide to keep barreling with your bottom.
King Kai gonna fold the middle pair this time. And Quinn with an open ender. Probably more likely a call than a raise just because it's so easy for early position raiser to have it on this board when he does just call. I mean, Quinn, Chubbs can have every single set, every single 2 pair.
did he hit it?
Now Quinn once again has gotten there on Chubbs. Quinn has turned the straight.
He's got the redraw to a flush, the second flush.
Only player with a diamond.
This has got to be sickening for Chubbs. Flopping top 2, pre-flop raiser, and now he gets bet into. This is just a call right now.
Yeah, this is a turn that you could consider leading on. This is a turn that straightens the board, but I'm not big on leading the turn when this is already a huge board for the pre-flop aggressor.
I
So again,
agree.
he can have all the sets. He can have all the 2 pairs.
He could have a.
He can have
a
King
better
Jack
flush.
suited.
Yeah, he could have a better flush.
He could,
as well.
yeah. Not a lot of flushes available
No,
here,
no. That's why I
especially
like.
when Quinn has the Jack blocker.
That's why I like the check.
Yeah, I check it over to Chubbs.
Chubbs
Who's
knows
gonna
that-
fold? He's gonna just fold top 2. Beautiful fold.
That was a nice fold. I don't know a lot of players that would fold that, but the lead-in bet from Quinn was just too strong. It just was too strong. He doesn't need anything. It's got to be really disappointing for Chubbs. Gets a premium, raises pre-flop. That's on the flop.
Known for the wrong bet. Known for the
Cameron enjoying his run a lot better because watching this while running on the treadmill. Glad your exercise is more enjoyable.
Yeah,
Spyro, sorry to hear about your chicken.
Yeah, A-stack, B-stack.
The mandatory
C-stack, they're all
straddles
gone,
on.
man.
That does not
J-stack
double
still.
straddle. Optimize raises it with a suited ace. Kind of a small raise.
Hope you're doing well, Ed.
The guy came on spin
One of my
time.
bosses in Seattle had some pet chickens, actually. Like, when back when I lived in Seattle. Like, this is a thing that people do. People have pet chickens.
Well, I was recently in Maui for like 10 days, and there were so many chickens and roosters
Really?
walking around the streets. Yeah, it was amazing.
Faker defends it with a 9-6 of spades. Flops absolutely nothing. Optimized has the nut heart draw. Checks it over to Faker, who is going to bluff at this.
Faker bets this after a check almost 100% of the time. That's why I like to see a continuation bet. Oh, it's a check raise from.
There we go.
That's very tricky. I mean, what are you saying? Yeah, you have pocket jacks. You don't have a 4 being a pre-flop raiser.
And Faker's like, just kidding. I'm faking. Living up to
Take a
his
stab
name.
at it.
Five of a kind beats Royal Flush. I don't know what a Royal Flush is, so I'm going to say yes. Royal Flush, not necessarily. And so we talked about this a bit earlier. When you're playing a wild card game, five of a kind will beat a Royal Flush that has a wild card, but it loses to a natural Royal Flush, which has no wild card. At least that's the way I've always seen it when you have wild cards. Also, I'm surprised your all caps didn't get zapped by the bot. Maybe the bot's asleep on the job tonight.
Yeah, but that was a fucking.
But usually you get zapped for that.
PR like amazing move. Like somebody started a rumor for nothing, and then it got a bunch of
Optimized
press coverage.
folds the suited
Exact same
same
hand.
hand, right?
Unless there was an erroneous error where the same hand got scanned because
'Cause I don't.
sometimes the button gets clicked too soon. Like if the next hand button gets clicked by production and the cards are still sitting on the scanner, they're going to get scanned as that next hand's cards.
Oh.
A fun fact.
Okay.
See-
Quinn waking up with a premium
jacks.
here.
And I think we're going to see a squeeze over King Kai is raised with the lovely 10-7 offsuit. RGB Strikers King Queen that had called. Let's see how big Quinn goes.
Looks like
265.
5 black, 1 green.
that's really good sizing right there.
Do we think King Kai folds or calls? What do you
He
guys think in
hates
the chat?
folding. He hates folding. That's one thing I know.
He's cutting out calling chips with 10-7. He's got 2 unders.
He does that. I mean, he obviously knows he's way behind, but
He does call.
he's hoping to spike that.
Now, RGB Striker actually has 2 overs here and has seen this disgusting amount of action. He is going to call.
That's a 100%
this-
call. He is.
This is tricky being offsuit and being out of position. Like, I'm probably just re-raising small blinds if I'm him to begin with.
He has lost a couple of big pots. He's looking to get his
Ace in the
money back.
window and a
Now
king.
he's ahead. But he does not like that ace. And neither does Quinn. Quinn may decide to bet this to see where he stands. But he's probably going to get both callers.
And King Kai checks his bottom pair.
Pick me, dealer. Pick me on the turn.
Harmless, deuce of spades on the turn.
We're just seeing a check again from Striker.
There's no way I'm going to get a free.
I like the check. No need to bloat this pot anymore.
All right. One time.
Checks through.
I see it.
You can
see
bluff catch on the river,
8.
which is an 8, which does not change anything.
I wonder what King Kai's thinking. Well, it's checked all streets, and he's like, I can't be good.
It checks through, and RGB Striker going to take it down with his pair of kings.
Stones.
It was an interesting hand.
That was not an action flop by any stretch. But there were a lot of ways things could have gone pre-flop, and they went that way. And it's not often that they would go that exact way. But Texas, man.
That was and that was I guess that was a good call from Striker. I
Yeah.
would like to see a raise or a fold there, though, in most cases. If he would have raised, he's probably going to get a lot of chips in because he didn't have a lot left. But
We're
he
talking
still won a
pre-flop,
pot,
right?
Yeah, we're talking pre-flop.
Yeah, I probably raise over King Kai's initial raise.
If you're going to play it.
But then if I get 4-bet, I probably end up folding that hand, honestly, if
Oh,
I
yeah,
get
you're
4-bet.
definitely
which Jacks could well have ended up 4-betting.
Kai looks like he just calls. Still, we don't know what he has though. Aaron's still getting the bad cards. Playable, and Optimize gets the Jacks this time. Looking to see a. This is tough. That's a three. That's a bet.
This is going to be a 3-bet over Queen's Open.
The smallest 3-bet, 325.
He's at 325. You've got J-Stack behind you, who loves the call, and he has Ace King of clubs.
This is gonna be a good flop.
Flop. I think this is going in. This is going in.
I was just so excited. He's definitely gonna raise.
Did he just flat? He just flatted. How does he not jam that?
I know.
He's only got. He only had like 700 to start
He's
with.
trying
I mean,
to play sneaky. I guess he's gonna get. It doesn't really matter what the flop is. I think he's just gonna get it in.
Kaya gets out of the way, and now King 10 is gonna call.
You have to call after
You're
that.
super crushed. You're gonna be super crushed
He's
there.
a very specific flop. Optimize does not like his position right now.
Portal for their whole network or what?
3 ways to this flop. 755, which is music to optimize his ears. Nobody else too excited about this, I'm sure. Though J-Stack may say, you know what, I have a bluff catcher.
I think he just has to go with it. He
Optimize
doesn't have
makes it
much
400.
he's already put in almost half his stack in.
Oh, actually, J-Stack has more. That graphic's wrong.
is
I
that
see
wrong?
more chips.
Okay.
I see more chips. I think he's got about 9.
About it though.
Actually, it's actually more like 1,300, I'd say.
It does. It's definitely not what the graphics say.
Yeah, understandable.
I was wondering why he just called with 400 behind.
Does fold. As does Quinn. So, Optimize going to win a nice
Win another pot from Optimize. He is kind of on fire right now. He's up 3K, 32. 3,200. Yeah, he's up 3,200.
We see Quinn and Optimize, the 2 giant winners, and
Everybody else is
nobody
busy.
else really ahead or, everyone either stuck or just slightly up. I am surprised J-Stack didn't 4-bet that pre, though, with the hand that you could definitely 4-bet.
You've been waiting for that hand for a long time. I mean, Ace King suit is very powerful.
We got a dealer change, which means we're going to have a $25 PLO bomb pot. As we're well into our 3rd hour here on TCH Live. From Austin, Texas, 2-5 no limit hold'em. William Lahti, a.k.a. the New York Net with you. I've got Dante with me. I've got Kristen pressing the buttons. And in the box, we've got Sal with the S.
Sal, yep, the fastest dealer here. You get more hands per hour with Sal.
Definitely one of our best dealers. You know how it works by now. 4 cards to every player, 1 board. And
Let's see some action here.
yeah, hopefully we get an action
Yeah,
bomb pot.
last
That's the
couple have
one.
been- no one's hit anything.
Yeah, the bomb pot has had no action. All the action's been in the hold'em. Usually it's the bomb pot that makes or breaks your session around here. But not tonight.
Looks like Faker's not playing this bomb pot. Probably stepped away. He's going to be upset with himself when he gets back. Oh, there was a bomb pot?
And some players are not believers in the bomb pot. They sit out, and they do have that option. Jack 9-5, couple of diamonds, please. Let's have some draws. Chubbs doesn't have anything.
Nothing. He's got runner.
He's got a bad pair and a bad draw. And we have a lot of mystery hands, and we have King
Gut
Kaya.
shot.
Yeah, he's got a pair and a draw. We see AA Ron with an open-ended straight flush draw, as well as a pair of jacks.
Well, he's definitely betting that.
And he raises over Kaya's bet of 50. King Kaya with the King High Diamonds. Aaron making it 200, going on the small side. J-Stack folding his junky diamond draw.
What would you do here with King Kai?
I'm probably not continuing, but
You don't
I'm
have
not him.
enough flush.
I'm not drawing to the nuts. Like my one nut out, or I could get an ace of diamonds for the nuts, or I could get a 10 for the straight. Instead, we get a 3 of hearts.
Disappointing 3 of hearts.
Nobody was looking for that 3 of hearts. Aaron with the best hands at the moment. Makes it 500 now. Goes big. This is pot limit Omaha. So size of the pot is as large as you can go at a time.
If I'm tired, I'm folding here.
Gotta fold now.
But we've seen him make calls like this and hit, so.
He does like to call a lot.
He's probably trying to figure out what hand gives him the pot. Well, 10 obviously gives him the pot, but yeah, he's just going to fold that.
Okay, well, I mean, we have a bomb pot that actually puts some money in on the flop at least. That's an improvement.
Over a grand.
I think we'll probably have one more tonight, so hopefully that's where we get the fireworks.
Again?
It's always fun when when it's multi-way. When everybody's got a piece we're drawing to.
We've been rejected again.
Yeah.
It's good to see Aaron dragging a pot.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Quiet, yeah. He's been getting some really rough cards. So.
Yeah, sometimes you're just sitting there. It's like, I wish I could play this game. It seems like a fun game.
I wonder if he said anything about the 9-3 suited hand.
Yeah, I don't know if the 9 Triz is on tonight. It's a game that Aaron started. You get the 9 Triz of hearts, just show it, and everybody's got to pay you.
25 or 100. I think it was 100.
Yeah, it
I've heard
depends.
100, yeah.
I'm not a believer in the 9 Triz myself. I tend to not take part in that game.
I don't either. I like the 7-2 because you have to play it.
Yeah.
It's a minimal, but the 9 trade is tough. Okay, we've got
Aaron
a
makes it
raise from
120.
Aaron. Aaron's tired of sitting on the sidelines.
King Jack of diamonds.
He gets
Gonna get a call from the worst hands.
Very optimistic call. King Kai, of course, is going to call since everybody else did. So we're 4 ways to the flop. I'd like to see some diamonds here.
Yeah, J-Stack with his suited ace wheel.
We have 3 kings already, so king would be pretty spicy as well.
How about trips for J-Stack? And hearts for K-Win.
So normally I would say J-Stack should check here, but with the flush draw out there,
Are you really leading out, though? Are you leading into the razor? And Aaron's going to continue small for 50, and Quinn's going to like that. He's got the king high hearts.
so you see.
And now we get a tiny raise from J-Stack with the
3x
trips.
raise.
That's a weird sizing.
Well, Quinn does have the nut flush draw here, but he does not like the board being paired. That's got to scare him a little
He's not
bit.
going to be dead that often. Hey, how about some hearts?
He hits the flush. He hits the flush.
So now J-Stack is going to be looking for a 3 or an ace or another board pair. Quinn is going to rip it in.
J6.
J-Stack snaps him. And this chip count is not right on J-Stack's graphic.
I was about to
It's going
say.
to show the diamonds.
Oh.
And they ran it once. And J-Stack getting stacked by Quinn. Going to get the chips counted. Quinn's going to be closer to 8,000 actually.
I gotta say, it's Quinn's night.
Yeah,
It's,
it seems like every week they pick who they're going to give the deck to, and tonight it's Quinn.
I mean, he's got to be above 8, right? Something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, I think that's going to be over 8. That graphic was undercounting J-Stack's chips, so it's actually going to be more.
He had like 13. We're still playing a 2-5 game, right?
That's what they tell me. Like that's what they tell me, but I'm usually the last to hear about things, so.
Well, it's not J-Stack's night. That's the 3rd time he's been faulted.
Unfortunate.
Let's see if he wants to rebuy with like 45 minutes left. Is that
We got about an hour left,
hour
actually.
left? Yeah, he looks like he's going to rebuy.
We got money, so I think that
Jay, you could probably just sell them straight to Jay, right?
that's interesting. He's just been dealt around.
Well, and then get black or pink or whatever.
So, okay, so he's not in this hand, I guess. I guess
That doesn't
he's
make-
going to wait
yeah.
for the button to pass. I wonder if the cards just started getting dealt too soon or something.
Well, he's been
because,
sitting there.
Like generally, like he pulls out the money, it's going to be like X hundred behinds,
Yeah,
or maybe J-Stack wants to wait for the button to
button
pass.
to pass, yeah, to get the position. Not sure what the table talk was there, but Sal's pretty good about are you in or not. So. Sal looks like he has a new fresh haircut.
Let me see, Baker raising it up with some eights.
He chose a much bigger sizing.
You want to ditch some of those greens?
See, and he still gets the call from McQueen 10 off, and of course Optimize is
Has
gonna
to call, right? Suited
well,
queen.
except he's folding.
That, yeah.
Optimize folded. A little surprised he didn't want to play that in position.
Optimize plays a little snug. You know, he's
King 5 deuce rainbow. Baker with the best hands gets the quick fold from King Kaya. I think Quinn is going to be coloring up here. I see him racking up some reds.
yeah, he can go buy a new car now.
Yeah.
Or a used car.
Well, I mean, even the used cars are a bit expensive. I mean, you can probably get a beater for $8,000 these days.
Yeah, or take himself on vacation. It's a great night for him.
He's got a nerve disorder.
Not often you get a session like this.
Let's see the straddle, Doug.
I owe money to the top, by the way.
There you Oh, he's just in the big lines.
Who won last time?
J-Stack's not in this one.
Or
Yeah,
whatever.
which
I
would-
was trying to presume that.
So Aaron's under the gun. So King Kai is in the third blind.
20.
I think Aaron might
Aaron
actually put
just
the 20
straddled.
on there.
Yeah, he did. I don't see Aaron just 2xing a raise.
The min click's pretty weird
Like
this team.
ever, or
Look what Optimize
Optimize.
has.
oh, I don't know, a couple
He
more.
really wants to optimize his. He's been getting some really good cards, and he chose a 3x there. So everybody's going to call on that bet. That's a little small.
I was big blind.
That might be his plan.
No chance.
He does have the best hands. So
You didn't post any blinds. I'm just gonna
We've
pass.
seen Ace King get burned before here on the stream.
and Baker did fold the King 9 of clubs.
What do you think about that $60 raise?
How much?
Well, it was from 20 to 60.
60 yet? And I'm okay with that. I tend to go 3.5 big blinds. Like 3 big blinds can be okay as well. We see
I mean, he's in great position
King
right
Kaya
now.
with an inferior ace, Aaron with a
And
mystery
then he
hand.
flops top pair.
984 is going to give Baker
Baker,
top
yeah.
pair. Checks through. Jack of hearts. So now there's a open-ended straight draw for King Kaya, who makes it 55. Aaron folds whatever he had. Optimize gonna call.
That's gonna bring Faker in for sure. It's such a small bet.
Baker probably thinking he's got to suck out here. Jack's gonna
Faker
pair
with the best hand.
if he can get to showdown, which he can. Checks through.
A nice little pot. With that Ace King in that position, I like a 4x bet, something like that.
Yeah, you could definitely go for a bluff there.
On one specific combo, it's 1 in 1326. 1326.
Optimize having a really
And so with
good
9
bet.
of us going, it's like 1 in 150.
He's
every
not
hand.
Quinn good.
Him and
but
Quinn. I mean,
those are
it's
the
all them.
and then we have a Faker which is winning some. So this game is playing much bigger than typical 2-5 here.
Plug it into your calculator, man. Round numbers, tangible fucking shit. 1 in 150 every hand. And we do about 100 hands a night in a 4-hour stream.
See, a raise to 50 from RGV, who has Jack 9 of spades.
Every hand with
That
all
is a
9
tough
players
hand
in.
to play, especially out of position. I like a raise if you're going to play it. But you probably need to make it a little bigger to get most of the players out. And kind of wake some pockets out.
And this
Did he just
lineup,
call?
yeah, he did just fold. You know what? This lineup doesn't fold anyway, though. It's like with my lighter holdings in early position, I might just fold because like my opponents are not going to fold. And we see Quinn flopping top pair now and striker with middle pair.
Oh, he's running really good. Sevens were ahead pre-flop, but now Kai's
No
got
longer.
another, he's not good. He does call
And
though. He makes
we're
it
going
call.
3 ways this turn. 8 of hearts.
It really doesn't help anybody. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes check, check.
Striker does pick up a gut shot here, which breaks out.
Since he went check, check, I think, yeah, I think Striker thinks he's good there, actually.
And Quinn's never folding top pair. Quinn wins again.
Striker's really getting unlucky with these flops.
Yeah, flopping a lot of second best.
No.
Quinn dragging
Well, maybe
him
not
in the pot.
recently, but most of the night.
Just can't be beat tonight.
No, not tonight.
The night of Quinn, the week of Quinn continued. I know you blew him up. You blew him up on Monday, man.
Oh, he played.
Oh, I'm putting too much. Yeah, dude, crushed some souls in there.
It's Quinn's game. Everyone else is just playing it tonight.
That fucking aces, jacks,
Optimize
and
having a good night as
ace
well.
3 diamonds. That was
Those are
such a
two
crazy.
big winners
Oh,
so
that
far.
was the hand. Jay went in and used 3 diamonds.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would love to hear your
Chubb's not
thoughts on that
finding
one,
any
Quinn.
hands
You can
left.
share if you want to or not.
So.
The jacks, aces, and ace 3.
Do we think that we get an optimized Quinn collision by the end of the night?
I'm curious
that's what
about
I'm
your
hoping.
limp though too, or your flash.
But if Optimize is in a hand, he's not going to do anything. He's not going to be loose. It's going to be tough getting
Because
him.
jacks in that position is just so frequently going to be 3-bets. But
Well, I mean, we've already seen a Yeti cooler of the night candidate.
yeah,
I didn't.
sure.
I saw that Ace King. That was a couple of Ace Kings from J Stack and Chubb.
We found the turn.
King, deuce, deuce, rainbow gives King Kaya the pair of kings. Kings for the king. And nobody else has anything.
What about Jay win? What should you have done?
Can't make out what this turn is. It's a 5 of hearts.
So Faker call. He was floating there. That doesn't sound right.
Graphics a little off there, but King Kaya bet and everyone folded. Showing Quinn at
Only has
57.
5.7. That can't be.
It's more than that. I don't think it was ever
It's
fixed
over.
from the J Stack hands. We see King Kaya playing half the hands,
Yeah,
and he's not buried. So
He came
good for
here to
him.
play- He came here to play poker.
Great. This is wonderful.
And we see our winningest player playing almost 30% of hands, which is a lot of hands
Well, it's
for
a
a
little
typical no-ante game. But you know what? He's been getting a lot of good hands.
I'm usually in that 25 to 30% myself.
Yeah. I'm usually above the line. Chubbs is actually below the line, believe it or not. Like I'm above the line myself. I tend to be closer to 20.
Well, Chubbs was unlucky in that one hand, so he's probably just waiting for it.
Yeah. Perhaps a little rattled.
Oh, we see a premium from Aaron.
Finally
Like the
gets a
bet
hands,
sizing
ace
again.
king.
Always really good bet sizing from him. He gets some respect and nobody, especially from the small blind.
yeah. Because if you check there, aces have to bet probably most of the time, like half pot, and then Jay wins.
William, I'm gonna step away just for a few
He's gonna
minutes.
flat out
Absolutely.
position, or he's gonna go for it. Right?
Still
like
here
it's
with
very
you all.
possible it's like check, bet half, and like rip, and then you're just like cool, all in.
I'll get
That's what I was thinking in my mind is like how it was gonna play out, and then I don't know. Jaywin obviously just got kind of let out of that one. That was very interesting. Hand.
What was the flop?
Jack 9.
As we continue
deuce
here,
or something. Jack 9 4.
looks like Optimize is made at 30 with aces. I think that's the first time we've seen aces tonight. J Stack could be 7-6 of spades. Oh no, is he gonna 3-bet?
Ace, no diamond, I think. Yeah. So, like,
Oh,
he
poor
completely
J Stack
unblocked
makes
all
it
of
110. And Faker with ace king. He just calls. Does not go for the 4. Aaron with the suited connector, perhaps feeling like he needs to get in here. Calls the 110. Shows with ace 10, that's the last ace in the deck, he folds. Now back to optimize, does he go for the 4-bet? I probably do, playing 4 ways. Makes it 425. J-Stack snap calls with 7-6 of spades, which is one of the better hands for cracking aces, but it is still massive underdog. And now back to Faker. Do you ever back raise if you're Faker? You've seen a 4-bet and a call, a raise call, a raise 3-bet, 4-bet call, and Faker folds the ace-king. He folds the ace-king, correctly so. He'll be delighted to see that. Aaron calls, 6-5 suited. We have aces against a couple of suited connectors. King 7-4, we got a heart draw on our hands for AA Ron, as well as an open-ender. I think it goes in here. Aaron, the equity favorite over the aces, which is still the best made hand. J-Stack with middle pair and backdoor spades. And optimize.
He definitely needs to raise
Assembling
here.
a C-bet here. I think it goes in here. J-Stack quickly folds.
Good for J-Stack. He had some
750.
equity there, but that's such a big bet.
750 from optimize. And Aaron's going to have to just put it in, thinking about stack to pot going forward. He has, like you see, he actually has more equity than the aces.
He is favored. He doesn't have a pair or anything, but he's favored with that combo draw. That's why you play 5-6 suited.
Against the 4-bet, though, that's pretty ambitious,
Well,
but here we
that
are.
is. I missed the
Sometimes
4-bet.
ambition pays off. Whatever the result here, and he does move all in, and Optimize feeling a little bit sick. Like, did he ever somehow get trapped by kings here? From what we've seen of Aaron, he probably doesn't have any set other than kings, maybe. Even then, probably not.
Does he just call the 4-bet with kings, or does he raise? Does he go 5-bet there?
Now it went. So the pre-flop action was raise from Optimize, 3-bet from J-Stack, and then call from Faker, call from Aaron, back to Optimize who 4-bet, and then they all called. Well, except Faker who folded the ace-king. And now we have Aaron all in here.
Spirit of twin. Let's go one time.
And the call from Optimize. Let's see what they do here. Aaron needs help. 7 won't do it. And the 5 on the river will give Optimize the winning hands with the aces.
Wow, Optimize is going. He's actually caught up to Quinn.
He'll stack Aaron.
Fucking win, man. I can't.
Graphics showing them both near 8,000. I think Quinn does actually have a bit more.
They're laughing at me fucking right now.
Incredible hands.
Oh, all right.
That was a fun hand.
And that one played itself.
It didn't.
Like once you get to the flop, it played itself. And Faker
J-Stack had a
folded his
7,
king.
right? Did J-Stack have a
Yeah,
7?
yeah, J-Stack actually would have had the
J-Stack
winner
would've
with the
won that
7s.
hand. Okay.
All he had to do was play worse poker. So you hate it when that happens?
I know.
If I could just play worse, I'd win.
I'll make sure I remind him that.
Hope you're all enjoying that. This one's probably another highlight candidate. Hopefully we're writing these hands down somewhere.
Faker folding ace king. That's Faker knows. Again, I keep going back to player types and who's betting and calling. And
It was an interesting choice by Faker to not go for the 4-bet initially, the raise and the 3-bet, to not go for the 4-bet then.
yes, I would have made the 4-bet and then folded to that 5-bet that would have been coming. And if he'd have done that, that probably would have saved A-Ron.
I already think his aces, ace king.
I would imagine.
I think Aaron's called it a night.
I feel like
Hopefully things go better for Aaron.
I mean, that's fair.
Queen of Poker in the chat saying that she likes Aaron. Sorry, sorry your favorite player. I assume he's your favorite player. Had a rough night. Sometimes this happens.
William, do you have a favorite player
So I have a
besides me?
So I have a favorite player in this lineup. I can't pick favorites. I'm supposed to be neutral.
Oh, that's
King Queen 7-3 board. We have bottom pair for King Kaya. Best hand that we know about. Queen's bet. Whatever it is, it's probably better than a pair of threes, which is what King Kaya has. And Quinn is going to take that one down.
I think that's a common theme here. It's either Quinn or Optimize.
Yeah, they seem to be the winners. Like after that, we really need to have them collide in this next hour. We are into Power Hour, by the way.
Have they even been in hand against each other? And Optimize is still stacking his chips.
Nice feeling. I think we got to get the plaques out there.
That would be a
Haven't seen
good
those
look.
in a while. Those orange 1K plaques, they haven't appeared here in a long time.
Especially on a 2-5 string.
Yeah, the pinks are 500, blacks 100, green 25.
Doug
35.
waking up with aces here, and he raised it to 35.
We went 3 hours and nobody had aces, and now we had one pair of aces play a giant pot, the biggest of the night, and we have another pair of aces. Let's see what happens here.
Looks like he's going to get 4 or 5 callers out of this. Optimize feeling
J-Stack.
good about that last hand, so
Six
he's going to call with
ways.
the combos.
6 ways to the flop. This is Texas heads up.
This is why you limp raise aces
Yeah.
in Texas.
Jack 10-8. This doesn't feel great for aces. J-Stack does have the open ender. And RGB Striker with the open ended straight flush draw.
This is such a wet board.
I think Doug and Striker are going to collide here.
If I were, yeah, that he does continuation bet. Let's see what Striker does.
125. I imagine Striker's
He's
putting
got
a
a
raise in
raise.
here.
He's got a raise. He
And
doesn't have a lot.
Again, like he is the equity favorite, and I could see it going in here.
He's had some bad luck, so he's looking for a little payback.
Does
with this. He
does
just
go
makes
for the raise up to 375, it looks like.
nice raise, nice raise.
And
He's going to get everybody else to fold, but he knows the aces will call. No,
we'll see if he
he
just
folds
folded
the
aces. Wow!
That's very impressive by Doug.
Folds
He
of the
knew
night.
he was down. All right.
Someone fucking 3-bet?
Well, Striker scoops a pot, feeling a little bit better about himself. He's only down, is it right, 300?
Yeah, not that much. I'm honestly surprised that we didn't have a much bigger pot there. Like I expected a 3-bet from Doug, and then I would think Striker would have put it in, as he should be with that hand. That's an
Both
extremely
hands should
powerful
have played
hand.
that out, yeah.
Yeah, I think that we should be running out of board right now, and the stack should be getting shipped right now. But what do I know?
It's a 50-50 right there, so it's a little bit more, I think, a little bit more to Striker, but with the pair.
How's the action? What's your name, sir? What's your
But you know what, though? When you're in a 6-way pot and you get resistance, you do feel pretty bad about your one pair holding, especially with no backup. Those were red aces, after all.
I would think a bigger raise, even kind of under, well, he was in what, in 1, 2, 3, middle position 1?
Yeah. That was incredible. What a hand. Yeah,
So
Jedi
we have a
Master
new-
said, I definitely did not invent the term Texas heads up. That's a term that a lot of people have used. I hear E. McKenzie using it on his vlog, the E. McKenzie vlog.
I've really enjoyed his vlogs.
Yeah,
I really do.
It's
I like
amazing
it.
how
It's a
much
little different.
how much has come out of Texas recently, content-wise.
No, I think he's good. I think it's a really good vlog. We have a new player.
Me too.
Oh, Wes is in.
No, it's not a live twin.
We've got Wes stepping into
You got a call.
seat number 9.
25-45. Call us at
We've got how much time left? 45 minutes?
Yeah, we've got 45 minutes. In case the show couldn't get any better, We now have a VIP here at Power Hour.
Yes. He's got his own YouTube.
Wes Cutchell, the vlogger, jumping right in there, limping the 7-6 of clubs.
I'd like to see him. And he's already got a suited connector. He's starting with 2.5. Did he just call or raise that? No. We have a raise from Chubbs.
Raise from Quinn, and then another raise from Chubbs.
Chubbs is
We don't know
very
what Quinn
excited.
has, but Chubbs has made it bigger with the Kings. Makes it 325 over Quinn's 125 re-raise. I imagine Kaya called? Wes is going to call now. Now let's see what Quinn does. Now we find out what Quinn has. Is this a call or is this a 5-bet?
I want to see a 5.
This is a call.
That takes aces out of the equation.
I don't think Quinn has aces unless he's running some kind of trap.
That would be tough to do against 3 other players.
That would be pretty brave. 4 ways to a flop.
2 spades.
8-3 deuce, couple of spades. Nobody with the spade. King Kaya, by the way, with the open
He
ender.
does have an open ender, but I think Chubbs has got to like this flop.
Yeah.
You're
gonna
he
be
should
feeling
bet
good.
big here. He should bet big here.
Let's get some
1.3.
protection.
So he bets 350 into 1.3, if I'm seeing that correctly. That's very
right.
small. That's very small. So King Kai's definitely calling with that. West, some back doors, folds correctly. And Quinn, we don't know what he
Guess
has.
he didn't have it. Not this time. Got to spread the wealth a little bit.
If an ace comes, that's
We do have a $2,000 pot, though.
oh,
And now we
set.
have top set for Chubbs.
An ace would be brutal. An ace would be brutal. He's got to be thinking that King Kai might have ace X here. But
Chubbs all in for $1,000, which is just half pot because it got very bloated pre.
I mean, King Kai knows he's behind.
But he also knows it's
he
a
might-
half pot bet.
I know he's
Like
probably thinking that's
he's
a lot
got
of
the
money.
odds
That's
to
a lot
suck
of
out.
money. Yeah. You know, he's around 20%, so 1 in 5.
Yeah, I mean, and it's half pot. You don't have to win that often.
Chubbs really needs this pot. He's had a rough night.
Yeah.
I think Chubbs wants a call at this point. He's like, call. Because what hands will he
Yeah, if
get?
he hasn't been called yet, he's ahead. And does not get the call. So he's going to win a lot of chips, though. Let's not feel too bad for him. He did just increase his stack like 50% plus without going to showdown, which is not a bad result by any stretch.
I know in Texas, everybody loves their suited connectors.
They sure
You
do.
can't get them off a suited connector.
I'm very surprised he let it go there. One of the few times you actually do have odds to chase a draw. Squiroo, no, I don't know if you can get those. Squiroo wondering. Speaking of traps, does anyone know if you can get Admiral Akbar card protectors? Just a random thought. Yeah, I don't know. The Star Wars character, the famous line, "It's a trap!" The fish guy.
Oh, striker. Wait,
Jacks.
with Jacks. What position is he in?
He's effectively under the gun. I think we have a double straddle going on here.
J-Sack folds. So he made it 115. Okay.
Yeah, 115. I think it's a 10, 20, 40 straddle. West with an ace is going to feel compelled to defend, and he does.
He is out of position on this one.
Streamed the whole tournament I played today live on delay too. I had to set up.
And we don't know the flop yet. It hasn't scanned yet.
Looks like it's favorable to striker.
He likes it enough to continue for 75. It didn't scan 7-3 deuce. So West missing and striker with the overpair.
Ace-8 is offsuit is a tough hand to play.
Doesn't flop great.
Yeah, unless you hit 2 pair, you're top pair, you gotta be worried.
We see the big winners. We know who the big winners are at this point.
We don't need to see it. We already know.
Maybe we need a heads-up match between the two of them.
I
Heads
would-
up for
I would love
rolls.
to see that.
And I was like, I mean, I got gigabit internet at home, so if I
Like
could
I
get
said
this
earlier,
thing
it's going to be tough getting money out.
I just didn't know if I'd be able to get it into the, through the firewall and all that kind of stuff, right? And I did a test before I came up here and it worked great.
Okay, we're seeing a lot of rags here right now.
Now, if I have any technical
Jace, they'd like not to play the 3-4 off. Fakers
you
in.
would just have, so it's still going.
Kings for the king.
Start over.
No one will ever see that
End your
coming.
stream accidentally.
What kind of raise size is going to be looking at?
Because
100?
something happened.
Kings to the 100.
8? 100?
Well, a hand that could just as easily be like, I don't know,
Queen 10?
9 triz.
Yeah.
It looks more like
And then, of course, Wes has
I don't really know
got
why.
the suited connectors. Love that
You
hand.
don't need to see smooth action.
And
That generally
Faker,
flops pretty well.
Faker compelled to continue.
And the flop
3 ways to a
roller,
flop.
And I just have like a camera, you could not see the board at all.
8-6-6. Top pair for West. Could get him in some trouble here.
I mean, Wes has got to like the flop a little bit. Backdoor straight. And he's got top pair. But King Kai's going to bet here for sure. Oh, he already did.
He did.
220.
And
be a call.
West calls with top pair. I wonder if Wes is aware of what's gone on in the last 3 hours, or if he's been off, like,
Playing 2-5.
or like getting busted at some other card room.
Probably
In a
doesn't know what's
tournament,
going
maybe?
on.
Probably that. But in any case, the queen comes on the turn. Wes is downgraded to second pair.
And King Kai is really not worried about that queen at all.
The Kai just checks it over. He doesn't go for value. Wes, and Wes goes for it. He goes all in and gets snapped by the king.
I mean,
Nice trap. I was not expecting all in from Wes. That was.
I guess he's thinking his. I don't know. He might have like some sort of ace rag.
It was
Try to get him off the hand.
checked and all in.
Or he's trying to represent the 6.
35. 135.
That would be my only fear.
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
Well, he's looking for an 8 only.
And instead he gets an ace of spades, which does him absolutely no good. And the king will...
He has not folded to it all in before, so.
The king will collect his tribute. Square wondering about the Pokemon game. I don't know if there's anybody here playing the Pokemon game at the table.
I haven't seen that played in a while.
Yeah, I think that sort of died down.
And now I'm stuck with a bunch of Pokemon.
Yeah, I just have a couple of them that are sitting in my car still.
This should put King Kai
Should put him in the green.
yeah. He should be well in the green because Wes had 2,500, so he's catching up too.
Yeah, so Wes is going to add on here. That 9 seat does seem cursed tonight. And yes, there's only 9 players in that seat 8 if you're looking at chairs, but we're looking at scanners here. That's scanner 9, so that's why I say seat 9. For those of you who want to get pedantic.
You used to have 10 players playing.
There were shows where we would have 10 players, and we decided 10-handed kind of sucks. So it's
Just
pretty,
tighten up your range.
pretty uncommon that you see that now. And on the main floor, it's all 9-handed.
Yeah.
Great. 35.
It looks like Chubbs is going to come in for 35, if I see that correctly.
You see correctly.
Kind of a small raise there.
And J-Stack is suited, so he calls. Faker is suited, so he calls. And he's on the button.
Once again, we're a multi-way.
3 ways.
See a flop.
Let's go.
2 clubs.
How about some clubs? Yeah, ace, king, 3. So gut shot for Chubbs, club draw for J-Stack, and not much for Faker.
Nobody really likes that flop. Maybe J-Stack.
Chubbs continues, though. This is his flop. Like, I can have aces, I can have kings. J-Stack says, I have clubs, I call.
What
Heads
is
up.
J-Stack playing with? How much money does he have?
5 diamonds. J-Stack with
That can't be
343. And J-Stack
might
has
be
picked up a gut shot. In fact, he's picked up 2 gut shots.
He should have. I would like to see an all in there.
And 6,
He hits
he's
it.
actually gotten there. J-Stack with the straight to the 7. Chubbs is going to bluff all in, and he's going to get snapped by J-Stack, who has the nuts. And J-Stack is going to double up through Chubbs.
Nice. It's good to see him winning it all in there. He's lost the last couple. He played that hand like he had just a king. And so that's why Chubbs was trying to get him off that. But
People in the chat talking about their being busto in the gamble points. You know what? Super chat us, and you're going to have lots and lots of points. How about that? Or you're just going to have to grind it out, typing those chat messages. You see these V-pips? King Kaya has played half the hands.
Wes has played 75%.
Of 4 hands.
Well, he's still playing.
And we see Chubbs right on the money line. Yeah. Oh, yeah, but yeah, I get it.
Chubbs the aggressor.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like you've set that up. I got to go with the bid. I got to go with the bid.
You 4-bet me.
I don't miss much around here.
Theoretically, like I'm supposed to call hitting any pair.
Wow, look at that stack that Wynn has. It's almost up to his
Beautiful
chin.
chip mountain. It would be a shame if somebody knocked that over.
The reason I don't hit it, 'cause I'm like, yeah, maybe he has aces, but that's gonna be an ace.
$50. Again, that's a little small for the raise. I mean, maybe he just wants to build the pot.
Supposed to call.
I like him a little bit bigger sizing there, but I sleep
That's what I mean. Theoretically, I was just
Check 7-3. Not a ton of action. Just gut
It's a
shots.
gut shot.
Yeah, just a couple of gut shots out there. And hey, look at that.
And that hit. So,
Optimize gets there. Because, of course, Optimize gets there. And
I like just a call right here from Optimize.
RGV Striker does have the open ender now.
I think Optimize is going to raise, but I would prefer just a call and see if you can induce.
How much protection do you really need here with this hand?
It's not a big raise. King can definitely call with that hand because he's definitely going to call. Striker's definitely
got a
gonna
pair.
Call. Striker's got. He's open-ended.
Yeah, Striker's
Striker's
throwing the
definitely going
nuts.
to call.
And he does. Relays to the river. Let's see what we get here. The jack's going to pair on this river. So Optimize with the jack high straight and the best hands. And Striker's going to
go
bluff.
It is the only way he can win. He knows
It
that.
is.
He knows that bet's the only way. He's targeting.
He's
I'm
going
not
to.
sure what he's targeting.
I think he's
9
trying
or
to.
7.
He's trying to tell a story that he made
He has
trips.
a jack. He has a jack. That's what he's saying. He chooses what, a little over half pot.
Now, if you're Optimize, are you raising and how much? Okay, well, he just answered that question. Go small. He clicks it up to 800.
That's a good bet sizing if he's targeting someone with a jack.
And the one argument you could make for calling is if you think the king is going to just be a super station with that 9, which he does fold against the bet and the raise.
Striker's just sick with that raise. Obviously, he's going to fold, but he's just doing a little Hollywood in here now.
He's going to make it look good.
He's like, I have a jack. I'm making this tight laid out.
And now that I've set this, watch him do something goofy.
Went all in. Well, Optimize has so many
He's gonna-
chips.
He's going to think it better.
Yeah, I'm not really loving the bet from him. The initial $325, especially with Optimize with actually showing aggression.
Yeah.
To bet $300. But it was the only way he was going to win.
I'm supposed to show the nuts. At first I was kind of like, I bluff all the time. Everybody expects me to show them.
Ooh, I'm running good with the gamble tonight.
Yeah, no, that's why
I rolled an 80 and now I've rolled a 91.
That's really good.
Yeah. Yeah, you actually win when it's above 75.
I'm going to start playing that.
Yeah, it
I
is
watch every stream.
it's a favorite pastime. Contribute to the chat every 10 minutes, you get a point. And you can even just use the points command, and that counts as chatting. or of course support the show through a super chat. That's another way to accumulate a bunch of points at once.
I can get a lot of
And
points.
Faker has red queens, and I think he's about to try and accumulate a bunch of chips.
He has been quiet, which is unusual for him because he's always in a lot of pots. So he's
at
3 bets to 120.
Over J Stack's $35
J Stack's
open.
definitely call. Wow. Okay.
I wonder if maybe J Stack's feeling a little bit gun shy the way he's been running tonight, or he's just going to run smack into it again. We see Optimize, Quinn, and Faker the winners tonight. And the King hovering right around even despite playing half the hands.
He's been, yeah, he's won some hands, he's lost some hands, so I mean, he's definitely here for the action. So
Actually, that was an off day.
I am surprised J Stack folded that. I think maybe if he was in position on Faker, he would have called, but
If he were playing deeper, maybe.
like you said, he's been beaten up a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes it does get to you. Yeah, the biggest pot I've ever lost was against J Stack, actually. It happens on this stream.
I think I was there.
The
I remember.
The hander, he says, "I hope you have aces," and then he outflopped my aces.
I was there. I'm sorry about that, man.
That happens. And I won the biggest pot of my life the next time I was on stream, so it all balances out.
The biggest pot I can't. I've had some big ones.
3 leads to a flop. It doesn't look like anyone's really hit here.
King Kaya has
King
a
Kaya
gut
has
shot.
a gut shot, and it checks through. Nobody with any draws here. And Club's going to come in. We don't know what Chubbs has. Well, now he doesn't have anything he folded. And
Yeah.
Ace King High going to be good. So, little pot going his way.
Optimize has the chip lead now over Quinn. Quinn's been a little quiet. Optimize is really waking up with some hands, though.
Alright, we straddle. 520. Hey, appreciate it. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a curse apparently. Don't tell them what to do.
In the future. No spoilers. No spoilers.
There should be a soundproof.
And remember, Kristen is 15 minutes in the future.
Oh.
Every week, twice a week.
Yeah, so production's 15 minutes in the future talking to the dealer. And we're here looking at the delayed images, Dante and I. We're on the delay just like you guys are. We see it about 10 seconds before you see it. We put our audio on top of it, and then it goes out over the series of tubes that is the internet.
Well, it looks like Optimize raises with 4-5 of clubs. I love it. I love it. I love the raise. It was more of a squeeze.
And he's got a pair and a gut shot, and
now he has a gut shot.
there's a mistake with the graphics. It's Chubbs that's in the hand, not J Stack. We're going to get that right. Looks like it was a raise and a call. There's a raise by Chubbs and a call from Optimize, who continues for 100, gets called. Chubbs with a mystery hand. And
Well,
5-4 is
pair
5s
now.
and 4s for Optimize.
Still not very comfortable with a flush and a straight out there, though. 2 pair.
Yeah. Blind versus blind, it is a little bit more possible for there to be a deuce. Optimize goes for it anyway.
I think he would just love a fold here.
Yeah, it doesn't feel weird to play knowing that people can see me do what
Don't think he's going to get that. He's going to get a
raise.
min click.
Min raise. Well, now what do you do, William, with the min click like that? That usually screams, I have it. I have the nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel pretty sick here. But I do have some outs to fill up.
And he's the big stack now, so.
And we can make a straight and chop the pot.
That's what I was going to say, yeah. He's really looking for a 5 or a 4.
That deuce gives us a wheel. Jack of spades does not.
Still don't know what Chubbs has. I have a feeling he's going to bet this now. either as a bluff or
You got to
he has
continue firing once you've raised turn.
Yeah.
It was pretty small, 300. So a quarter pot. This is screaming value.
Yeah, this is really polarizing. He has it. But for 300, you really can't fold 2 pair. Considering you have $8,000 stack.
Let's go. Showdown.
Gets called, and it's the
He's got a
ace
2.
deuce. He's got the wheel. Turn the wheel.
Good bet sizing from Chubb. He really did get max value from that 2 pair, especially with the board being so wet. Good for him.
Each player was hoping the other would turn 2 pair. And it was optimized to turn 2 pair, which gave his opponent the wheel. I'm seeing a conspiracy theory floated in the chat. The conspiracy theory being that Kristen does not exist. Kristen very much does.
Who's Kristen? Just kidding.
Yeah, we have had Kristen in the box on the stream in the past. And yeah, Kristen very much does exist. And she is pressing the buttons. Not that far from me right now. We do see queens for Faker. The graphic is showing a limp. I wonder, did he actually limp? I guess so. And maybe he's looking at back raise. Doug has made it 60 with his ace-9. Has gotten multiple callers. I think we see a back raise from Faker.
Definitely. I like the back raise. I'm
Stacked
probably
with
the only
5-2s.
person who does that, who likes it.
I don't
Especially
do it that
early
often.
position. The only thing is that screams aces or kings, right?
Yeah, the back raise is raising serious alarm bells, and Faker does exactly that.
Yeah,
I
he's
saw a
happy
bunch
just
of big
taking it down
chips.
right now.
So a bunch of big chips go in there. We'll get the count.
I see Doug and maybe even Striker calling.
425.
But Doug doesn't have any cards.
The king calls.
The next 2 days, so let's just take the day to chill. Yeah, I was thinking about
RGB gets out of the way with the ace-10 offsuit. J-Stack gets out of the way with his very raggedy hands.
Very ambitious call by King, but he's definitely here to play.
He sure is, and he's got 2 unders.
You gotta like that. I mean,
And now he has a gut shot.
No matter what, you always get something. You always got some sort of equity on the flop. So.
Yeah, so like if you didn't know that and you get into maybe you would have gone for a slate.
Yeah, the reason I have some friends coming to
Faker continues for 275.
Smaller bet.
King's just calling. He thinks he has 2 overs that are good to go along with his gut shot. He hits it! Faker now drawing dead to just a chop.
Yeah, but I think Faker can get away from this.
It's 4 to a straight, and Faker checks that he's probably just giving up here. King going for that save bet. 425. Faker calls!
What is Faker thinking? He definitely didn't call me. With
Maybe he's trying to, like, pair the 5 and counterfeit him. Instead, he gets a king of spades.
This might save him right here with the king.
And then
Oh, he calls.
if not, I can use Saturday as my max fire day.
Wow.
Total bet is
Surprising. We're going to get the counts counted out.
420.
It was a bet of 445 that got snapped by Faker.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go that hard, but you know.
Straddle, West Cutshall, I think is based in Houston. He's out here. I imagine he's playing a tournament in some other room. That's probably why he's in town, if I had to guess.
Months of tournaments, I'm trying next month.
But you know, sometimes you bust a tournament and you hop in a cash game, and this is a great cash game to pick if you're going to hop in a cash game.
It is. I love this. I love the live stream playing on it.
Yeah, for sure. Straddle wondering the rules on making a video of clips from the stream. I have no idea. You want to reach out to production about that. If you're interested in playing on TCHLive, there is a link in the video description. There's a form you can fill out. I don't know if there's any way to get in contact with them that way.
Give me 100 right here.
Texas Card House on social media. Contact them. They could probably get you in touch with production if that's something that you're interested in doing. I honestly have no idea what those rules are, so I couldn't tell you. But thanks for asking. Some people just, take content without asking anybody, and,
So weird, like, guy,
We got a raise here from Quinn.
the loose player who's
The suited connector.
and then when he raises, is raising
It's a great hand.
after 4x.
J-Stack calls with his
And then
connecting card.
he's got a 3-capper. A suited
I know
3-capper.
he's got. I was trying to count how many gaps there are.
button goes all in for 18.
That's as gappy as you can get, and still make a straight.
And
Now I'm in this dumb spot where I'm just giving
King,
away
Jack,
nobody hits
deuce.
anything.
to this guy.
Gut shot for
Gut shot.
Quinn,
Betting ace-king.
who
Like annoying
continues.
stuff like that
Fold.
happens.
Fold.
Not bad beats, just, or like this, the
And
it's just
queen
takes
it down.
Big blind with queen 8. Comes queen 9, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, so I know that off the top of my head because I play a lot of deuce to 7,
Doesn't have a queen.
and
value bet.
your best 2-card hands in that game is a 7 and a deuce. It's not a 3 and a deuce. It's a 7 and a deuce.
The same.
The reason being that you will never make a straight if you have a 7 and a deuce. A 3 and a deuce, you can end up with a straight, and straights are very bad in that game. You're trying to make a low hands.
I played that once and it was so confusing. So
Yeah. Like same deal with like an 8 and a 3 or an 8 and a deuce. You will never make a straight,
Yeah.
and that's very important.
Striker with a premium here. Ace queen off.
And we did see on that graphic just then the king got out of the hole. The king is up now. He's playing half the hands and he's up 4 figures. I love it. Texas, baby. We see Faker 3-betting. He has the ace queen of the suited variety.
King is going to definitely call this. He's feeling it right now.
Start again tomorrow.
He calls the 9-10
Calls. He
offsuit.
came to play.
I played the.
And he's out of
I
position.
fired like 3 in the 500.
But he can hit this hard.
He is the cheese in an ace queen sandwich.
There's the 4-bet all in.
See if Faker can withstand the pressure here.
Well, he didn't have much behind, so he only had a K, 1,000 looks like.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, yeah, 1,000.
You're going to get the exact count. Sal's going to count out these chips.
So that's going to relatively put Faker all in almost. Ace Queen is too good to not call this.
Ace queen suited, definitely.
And you can't be really worried about King Kai because King Kai just flatted him there.
And also, he's played half the hands.
Or I'm sure he's aware of that.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not worried about the guy who's playing half the hands.
King Kai's
Ace queen is
playing
the
there.
nuts.
So-
And there it goes. Ace queen is the nuts against King Kai's
Yeah,
range.
that's the right move. That puts a lot of pressure on King Kai. And King should be able to fold this, right? Because that's $1,200 to him.
But he has a third of the equity.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to lose a lot of his profit right
He
here.
is, yeah. Like this
But
is,
if he knew they both had Ace Queen, it might be a call.
well, if you saw the equity calculation, it would be
Yeah.
a call because like he has to put in a third of the money, and he's going to win more than a third of the time. Well, not quite that good because there would be a side pot between him and Faker.
So he's really, yeah.
So it's not quite a third to triple up. It's the math's a little bit different.
But for a gambler, that's good enough.
1,732.
Yeah. No square root cheese in the ace queen sandwich. There you go.
I got this one guy that
You got it.
if I ever want to do something, like
I don't think he calls here, though.
2 bullets of this tournament for 1.2. He didn't even ask me what tournament, where's that, anything. He was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, he likes sweats.
He's gonna think about it.
I think that's sir.
And I'd rather do that than sell like a lot of pieces.
Oh, it's 1.7 to call.
Yes, because Faker had
Oh,
a bunch of money.
I thought he only had 1.4.
Yeah, so
Okay. So this is probably not a call.
I don't know if this equity accounts for the. Well, I don't think it would account for any sort of side pot dynamics.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. No.
I think he's 34% to win against his 2 opponents, like to combine.
But not the extra money, right?
Yeah, there is a side pot where he's going to be an underdog there. Because the RGB striker can only win what he put
He
in.
makes the call.
He
He makes
called.
the call. I love it.
He
I
called.
love it. He's like, you
So-
guys have the same cards. You guys have big aces.
Yeah, so main
If I
pot's
hit a
going to
10 or
be
9.
about 3,600, and then there's a side pot of about 1,600 between Faker and King Kai.
1186.
If I was king, I wouldn't throw my hand up.
Yeah, wait until you suck out.
Yeah, wait till you suck out because he knows. I mean, he knows he's behind for sure.
Might be a good equity shake, honestly.
And he's like, that's a lot of money in the pot. That's what I could win.
He would be so excited.
Call 1,700 to win 35. Was it 52 now? Yeah, 35 initially. 3,500 more.
Yeah,
Oh, don't show it.
he does show it. Everyone shows it.
Wow, see, now King is like, that's a good
He's
call.
feeling a bit more comfortable here.
1186, yes, sir.
I mean, they have to fade the 10-9 on the flop.
So, yeah. Himself's getting this side pot right. He's pulled in the main pot.
It's always the most nerve-wracking when you have to get on the side pot.
Yeah, which is like every other double board bomb pot. There's like a four-way all-in, especially in the 1-2 games.
You only need 4, buddy. I want 5.
What do you like to win? I like to see a 10-9 of diamonds.
Something where maybe we can have, yeah, we can still have some spice. It would suck for Striker. How about a spade flop to where maybe Striker can win the main, and we can have 2 wins here. Here we go. King looking for a 10 or a 9.
There's a king.
A 9!
Spikes the 9.
A 9, he pulls ahead. And there's
Oh,
a jack, gut
we got
shots
straight draw.
for ace queen, gut shots for ace queen.
And he holds.
5 of spades.
Nope, he only had the 1 spade. Wow.
King Kai is going to scoop it all.
He willed that ball.
$5,200 between the main and the side with the 10-9, downing the ace queens.
King Kai does not care.
We have 3
10-9
stacks
off.
above $7,000, and it's
10-9
2
off.
by 10.
I call.
This is incredible.
And,
Incredible stuff.
Faker and Striker have already left.
He's playing half the hands, and he's got 8 grand in front of him.
110%.
Incredible.
That's going to take a few minutes to stack that up.
And but if he has ace king,
Yeah.
And we have a new player.
table.
I think we have Eric coming in.
Yeah, so Bam Bam, I think, has it right in the chat. He simply says, holy shit. And yeah,
Well said. I agree.
yeah, very accurate assessment of the
And
situation.
you just, when King Kai saw they were sharing cards, he
It's like,
really
yes!
good about his hand.
I'm the cover photo.
It's not even my birthday.
I've been there where I went on with Ace King, someone else had Ace King, and someone had Queen Jack.
Yeah. And it's like, here it comes.
Because,
Move me.
okay, so
They're
still stacking his chips.
Sends the generous tip over the dealer's way.
I think we have 2 new players. Where's, where,
I think J Stacks called in an evening.
Oh, no, what?
And then
You got confused. No.
rough night for him. Cards just didn't go his way. Or we have 3 new
He's-
players? Or is
no,
that J
Steve-
Stack?
I think C10 is trying to change seats, but you can't
Oh.
do that. You can't do that on the stream. I don't know what's going on here.
I don't know who it is. I know Eric's one of them.
You were first there.
Oh, it's still J Stack.
Okay, J Stack.
Oh,
is
he was
still in
trying to
there.
move to 10, and they said no.
He's trying to move to the. Yeah, you cannot move seats.
No small blind.
So is C10 that called it a night.
Okay, you're a big blind here.
Striker called it. Okay, somebody tried to move. That's what somebody tried to move, and we said no, you can't move on stream because it messes up the graphics. And also, it's a random seat draw before the show,
If you want, you can move the 10.
and we want to preserve that as well.
Now, you're going to have to wait this hand and another hand.
Okay, I'll wait.
AA Ron sliding into the chat here. Pretty wild night, pretty wild ride tonight.
He
Hey,
hasn't started.
yeah. And love how you're speaking Canadian there.
Just can't be in these next 2 hands. Okay, I'm so sorry.
No offense to any of the Canadians watching. I very much like the Canadian people. I am an 8th Canadian myself. I've been to Canada. It's a nice country.
Anyways, one thing here. You're small blind. Just play it big.
It's been a crazy night. Lots of chips moving around. Lots of people, buying up. Some crazy calls.
3 solid.
Insanity here.
3,000.
Yeah, Aaron, sometimes you run bad on stream for a while and
Like 20.
it's been a little bit rough lately. And Sure, your fortunes will turn around eventually.
I didn't think I would say this. Quinn is actually third in chips, I believe. When he had 8,000 at one point.
Yeah.
And he hasn't really lost any hands. He just hasn't
He hasn't lost any huge pots.
just hasn't played them. Or just
Lost a couple of
folded,
modest
yeah.
ones.
Sorry, double straddle, like 20, fold, raise to
And
60.
like I said, I think he is undercounted a little bit, like probably about 500 under,
Because of the all in.
because there was an all-in where it was undercounted, and I don't think they got that right. How long is the stream going? Somebody asked. I think we got about another 10, 15 minutes or so. I wish it could go on longer.
We've seen a lot of.
Oh my God.
We've seen a lot of hands with just J stack and King Kai. King Kai has gotten the best of him tonight. He's got the best of a lot of people. But J
J-Stack
stack
got
got
the
the
best
best
at the
there.
moment.
Raise 100,
I'd like to see it just a smooth ball here.
100 even, yes sir.
Yeah, you just say that. Hey, I just got a guy.
I
Min clicks it to 100. Gets called. Doesn't love the queen turn. Check, check, I assume. 4 on the river. J-Stack is best.
King's calling that all day long. Yeah, Quinn is third in chips. That's just
Unbelievable.
J-Stack picks up a nice little pot there.
Yeah. Yeah, Straddle Aaron's not with us in the booth. It's me and Dante back here. Apparently Straddle knows Quinn. Apparently Quinn is, quote, their local jackass crusher.
Well, he's crushing it here tonight. I don't know about the.
Yeah, I can't speak to the jackass part. I mean, like, he hasn't been super duper out of line.
No, not at all.
Not like the
He's just-
king.
He's just well that one hand.
The king's been pretty out
That
of
one
line.
hand where he had the second pair.
Yeah, the second pair, yeah, that was out of line. That was pretty out of line.
Which dot are you using?
I never use any different names. The log.
Critic, I'm not picking on Canada. It's all fun. I like Canada.
Ooh, Eric picks up ace king suited here.
Sits right down, gets a premium hand. It's beautiful.
Eric is not shy about putting money in the pot.
Is
Raise
which
to
one?
30, now we're on the button.
In boss?
No.
Kai? Oh, really? Yeah, I don't even.
Just let the mic up? Okay.
Oh, Doug picks up aces. This is
Oh
going
my
to be a
God.
good one. Eric, like I said, is not shy about putting money in. He basically min-raised it or 3x raised the straddle.
Ace at 120.
I can see a 4-bet from Eric. And Quinn has pocket 8, so he's going to call the 110 for sure.
Yeah, I think Eric 4 bets, and I think the money just goes in here.
Total bet is 630.
If you have ace king suited, William, and you get 5-bet, what do you do?
And then what he had left, he's just like.
I have a very hard time folding ace king. And that might be a leak in my game, but I have a very hard time folding ace king. And if you dig through TCHLive archives, you can see me make a horrendous fold with ace king one time.
I think
And that's the thing. Like, sometimes they show up with 8-7 offsuit.
Well, Doug's
True
really
story.
playing this off. We know Doug's going to 5-bet this, right? 100% of the time.
Being in
he
position,
does have position,
being in
though.
position, he may actually. Here's the thing: if you flat,
Color up on
whether or
line.
not Quinn calls, like you can get it in by the turn. Like stack to pot is going to be less than 2, and you
is
can
true.
get it in by the turn, and you're in position, so you know you can get 2 bets in.
Do you want Quinn in, though? If it was heads up, I could see a flat here.
You know what? You're still gonna you're gonna win more than your share of pots, right? Like Quinn could. I mean, like I don't mind if Quinn donates necessarily, because Quinn's gonna be drawing thin because I have aces.
That is true, but it looks like it's going to be a raise.
This does look like a 5-bet, and it is a 5-bet.
Raise.
Looks like about 1,500 or so.
He definitely calls. Looks like Quinn was already out of the hand.
Quinn's gonna just nope out of there.
I would love to see 2 spades with an 8 of spades, please.
Eric's all in. Doug calls,
That's Eric's first hand too for 3,000.
and he's gonna just run into it right out of the gate. Eric needing a lot of help. He gets a
He's got
king. There's
top
hope.
pair. He's got top pair. Oh, he missed.
Not quite. Doug going to get the full double up from Eric.
Doug stack.
I think that a 5-bet from anybody is just so strong.
And Eric just walks away. He's going to come back. We're told he's going to come back.
See, you should fucking let me move it, didn't you?
Another Yeti Cooler of the Night candidate.
Another $6,500 pot.
A 2-5, right? This is 2-5.
I thought it was 25.50.
Have we been teleported to Dallas?
It's a big game. It's a big game. So don't let the 2-5 fool you. The $1,000 buy-in. As you can see, the chips are really moving around.
Ed's saying he roots for Aaron and I on the stream. You know what? If you guys want to root for me on the stream, I'm going to be out there playing next Thursday. So you can see me out there
Color up on
next
live.
Thursday. And you'll have me in the booth next in 3 weeks' time, I believe. Because the week after that, I'm going to be out playing a tournament in some other city. As much as I would love to be here on St. Patrick's Day and do a stunt acknowledging the fact that I'm very Irish, I will not be in town for that. And be sure to join us on TCH Live every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Also, this Sunday, special show from Dallas with Next Gen Poker. Looks like we have all kinds of straddles happening. We have the 20, 40,
100.
it's either 80 or 100.
The chips down. That's probably what it is.
Getting near the end of the show tonight. Well into Power Hour. And powerful it has been. It is a live 100. Optimize, playing 75 big blind Steve, sitting with $7,500 in 2-5. J-Stack is going to get in there, make it 300 with a mystery hand, and we'll get Eric off of his 7-deuce.
Now Doug is the chip leader. We have we have 5 players at 6,900.
He's still stacking the chips.
5 right here.
Like that's got to be well over 5.
Well, it's just 5 right here.
20.
Yeah, it may not be 8.
We'll wait till he stacks them up to get an accurate count here.
Like 50.
He's got at least 6,000.
Give me a second. Fold. Fold. Appreciate it.
It's probably one of our bigger games on the stream with the chip counts.
Yeah, I mean, this is putting the Monday show to shame. The Monday 510, usually hosted by AA Ron.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
If you truly feel bad about how he ran tonight, you will super chat the hell out of him the next time that he's on stream because, you know, it's been a rough go.
Yeah, just making sure. I don't.
Doug's still stacking up chips.
25.
It's a lot of chips. Like, that was a massive amount of chips. Like, usually don't see amounts like that unless you're playing a limit game.
Yeah, it's
Deuces wild.
I win.
And it's a great visual.
Wes, deuces wild.
Can you tell them to change the? I got 5 more.
It's over 6,000.
$5 more.
Raise.
Yeah, I don't follow.
65.
I think it's 8,000.
We see King Kai with a suited ace and West with ace queen. Just flatting.
So he just flatted the ace queen.
Call. Button fold.
Probably going to invite a few more players in.
Call.
She's stacking a
J-Stack with
set mine.
4s,
Four
and
players.
Eric calls queen 7.
I'm check.
First stack checks.
Eric's probably looking for a very specific flop.
8, 6, 6, couple of spades.
Check.
Nobody with spades here.
Sucked out on
Check.
I sucked out.
I believe pocket
I
fours is
didn't
in the
suck
lead.
out.
Check.
10 on the turn. 4s are still in the lead.
Oh,
But not anymore. The 4s are
counterfeited.
counterfeit.
That was a terrible call.
West and the King are going to chop if this gets the showdown, both playing an ace. 10s and 6s
Looks like
with an
Eric's
ace.
going to bet this out.
And he's going to
I
get
think this is a
somebody.
call from an ace.
Let's see if West goes for the hero call here.
I think it's a call.
I wonder how well he knows Eric, who can show some aggression.
Good hand.
I've actually never played with Wes. I played with Eric a million
Check line,
times.
busting queens. I was like, oh no, it gets worse.
I don't know Wes well.
So, I think they're both betting an ace, but I told my.
And Wes does call, and it's good.
River. Pocket pair.
Okay, those are some large chip stacks with 5 players above 6K.
That's what I get, not betting the nuts.
This is definitely Thursday. This is not Monday, even though we got like 40 grand on the table or something. This is not Monday.
I was trying to trap. I was trying to be sneaky.
The first one has to be 10.
I'm glad it's Monday. It's not Monday because if it were Monday, tomorrow wouldn't be Friday.
Kind of missed the early stuff because you start playing too many hands and they
So your own self-control is the issue.
start playing way too many hands early.
That seems to be like what most people that I
But
There's just some discussion back here about a lot of highlights from this show. I would argue that about half the show is a highlight.
It's definitely been a great show.
Like we could put out highlight reels for weeks from this show. This is incredible.
When I saw the lineup, I knew it was going to be good.
This was a promising lineup.
late reg. Like this was really late, but I think you get 50,000 chips. So
And I'm glad I got to have you along for the ride tonight.
Oh, I really enjoyed it.
And I'm checking. If you want to try and take my $10, man,
Hopefully I can do it again sometime.
Yeah, I'm sure we can make that happen. J-Stack with the suited skinny pops himself a gut shot.
I mean, he's got an out.
500? Okay.
We don't know what Eric has. J-Stack bombs it.
it's like 35 minutes.
$500.
More than
And
pot size.
Check. Bet.
Oh,
Eric sticks it in his face.
yeah. Look at this, though.
4,000. That's 4,000.
And he's going to have to fold.
Let me see that river, though.
Oh, really?
We don't know what Eric had.
I win.
But whatever it was probably better than 3 high.
yeah.
I'm just
I'm
gonna
guessing
guess.
some sort of ace
Yeah.
who looked at J-Stack's stack and just let's just get it all in.
I definitely.
What happens
2 hands left.
I have AT&T. Any customer I have that does
Hopefully the next 2 hands are exciting as the last
Never said
98.
good win, Ty.
my number. So good win, good win.
Christopher wondering how often people really match a big stack. When the stacks are like 2,000, 3,000, it happens all the time. When it's 8,000, not so much. Not in this game.
I would say at least half the table matches up to 2,000 or 3,000.
I could empty my whole box and I wouldn't match this stack. I mean, I don't play that big.
Raise 35. Fold.
Oh, we got a raise here with Queen 3. That's optimistic again.
Raise.
J-Stack's always calling with that suited queen as well.
Goes for the 3-bet. And
Oh, Eric comes up with.
Eric has aces, and did he just trap?
Yeah, he has aces.
He traps.
No, he 3
No, okay. Eric was the 3-better, not J-Stack.
J-Stack calls us.
J-Stack
for sure.
calls. Heads up, Eric versus J-Stack, and he's already put out a shit ton of pink chips, and he flops top set.
Gut shot. Oh, he's going with it with
J-Stack's
the gut shot.
calling off. He does have the straight draw.
Wow, let's see a
He
10
needs
here.
a 10.
Let's see
He
a 10.
needs running spades. He's got his 1 spade. Does not get the 2nd spade. J-Stack gonna get stacked by Eric,
This is
Make
not
it up.
J-Stack's night. I think that's his 4th buy-in he lost.
making up for that cooler that he suffered on his first hand, the aces versus ace-king.
How do you like that Queen 9 calling suited?
The pre-flop,
No, after the flop.
hell no. I'm not doing that, but hey, I'm not J-Stack.
I went to AT&T. We argued, figured out what
I think J-Stack might just be steaming a little bit and looking
Yeah,
to...
it's been a tough night.
customers called it.
You know,
Welcome
I've seen
to
J-Stack
Chase It.
run it all the way up to 9,000 in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and like, think about our friend Big Daddy Chaz, who we often see on the Monday shows. He had a huge run up one Thursday, and then he started playing the Mondays, and the rest is history.
You want to get something to eat? You want to get something to eat?
That said, manage your bankroll carefully and keep yourself in action and enjoying this great game. This is our last hand. I see 2080.
Is that, or 100?
Quinn put out a lot of money.
Quinn's been quiet. Oh, it's
Made it
80.
80.
You're correct. He's been quiet the last 2.5. His first hour was,
It was insane, and then his second hour, his third hour. And optimized with the ace-jack makes it 250 over that 88-hour straddle.
so he 3x'd it.
Quinn with the 10-4 of diamonds. You're going to defend? He's going to defend.
2 big stacks right here.
Hey, I wanted a collision between
and
these
it looks
guys.
like,
Maybe this is it. Maybe this is it.
King,
King 10. So
He
Quinn has
outflopped
actually
him.
outflopped him.
He outflopped him.
Optimized with the gut shot as well as the 2 overs.
The optimize should c-bet here. He makes it really small. This is just a call from Quinn right now.
And Chris wondering the biggest run-up in the history of this game. I think you're looking at it for a Thursday.
Yeah.
I think we've set the record like twice over, maybe. Seth's saying no. Okay, apparently Bart had a 5-figure win one time. Bart Hansen. Check, check.
Oh, he
on
got
the
there.
river.
He got there.
Optimize.
I don't think Optimize will be able to get any more money out of Quinn, though.
Optimize with Broadway. He's going to undoubtedly go for some value here.
Looks like Quinn looks like he's going. No, Quinn checked.
Optimize going little under half pot, $300.
Mine was a regular phone number, and yeah, I even went to, so I went to AT&T, and I said, hey,
All Quinn could beat is a bluff. So
And a fold.
hold on, right?
And that'll do it for this wild Thursday 2-5-10 game. It was incredible having you here for this, Dante.
oh, I appreciate you guys having me. I loved it.
Yeah, we get one more look at these big winners. We've had several big winners. And on behalf of all the staff here, producers Seth, Kristen, David, our friend Dante, I'm William Lahti, a.k.a. the New York Ned, wishing you a great night. Join us next time.
Yes, please.
Let's do it. Bean in it.
On fire right now?
Change it to 5-5 officially too, please.
Okay, yeah.